This is Audible.
Mike's Complete Hunting Guide for Beginners. How to hunt big game, small fur bearers, and wild fowl. Hunting gear, hunting techniques, archery, firearms, harvesting, and enjoying game meat. Written by Michael Archer. Narrated by Michael Stura. Introduction. A brief history of hunting. Hunting has a rich history and many modern uses. For some, it is a thrilling sport. For others, it is a chance to challenge nature. And then for those like me, it's a way to provide food and other necessities. In this book, I'm going to discuss everything you need to know about wild game hunting if you are a beginner. Even if you are experienced with hunting, you'll find some tips and guides in this book that can help make your next hunt easier. So, let's get started with a brief look at the rich history of hunting before we get into the important stuff. Meat was first introduced to the human diet about 3 million years ago, while humans were still living a nomadic lifestyle. As humans started to look for prey, they developed hunting techniques with weapons and strategies. Then, in the Neolithic era, agriculture and livestock farming took the forefront, and hunting was relegated to a secondary position. Hunting was a defensive practice, focused on protecting crops and livestock. However, hunting has progressed down to modern times as a necessity for some tribes. Hunting is common in places where there are food shortages, or where farming conditions are difficult. Hunting also developed as a privilege. When crops and livestock covered the basic dietary needs, hunting became a way to provide a wide choice of meat to privileged individuals. Hunting develops a dual symbolic and social significance. Hunting could be a way for warriors to demonstrate their abilities. Hunting took on an elevated status in the Middle Ages. During this time, it was a great honor to be invited to hunt with the king. At this time, Europe started to develop laws to regulate hunting when in royal territory. At this time, forest planning and the privileges for their use increased the proliferation of animals that harmed farming crops. This increased the focus of hunting to eliminate animals to protect crops. In the 13th century, theoretical works about animals, prey, and hunting increased, along with recipes for royal banquets. During the Renaissance in France, under Francis I, hunting with hounds was a lifestyle choice. Post-hunt banquets became a way to demonstrate social relationships. Hunting increased as a privilege of nobility, and the right to hunt became directly linked to those who owned land. Until this time, poaching was well tolerated, but now was severely punished, and non-noble people were prohibited from hunting. In March 1515, a royal ordinance actually viewed hunting as a waste of time that should instead be spent working the land. This aristocratic privilege was abolished during the Revolution. This led to widespread hunting that damaged the forest ecosystem and caused certain species to even go extinct in some areas. In order to preserve wildlife, Napoleon I introduced hunting permits that placed limits on when and where hunting could occur. In the 19th century, this permit would cost the equivalent of a month's wage for a farm laborer. So hunting once again became a privilege of the well-off. This helped to encourage the practice of poaching for either food or commodities in the form of fur. Once black powder was invented, modern hunting started. Firearms became a way to protect early settlers and also helped hunt animals for sustenance. As it became easier to hunt, Many animals that were hunted for survival started to disappear. This led to a conservationist strategy to protect wild game populations for future generations. Today, hunting is a strictly regulated activity. You need to obtain permits by sitting for an exam and following other laws, like those related to firearms. Hunting has largely become a leisure activity that helps to regulate wild game populations. Let's look at some of the laws and regulations you need to know in order to hunt today. Laws and regulations. In the United States, hunting is a highly regulated activity. At the state level, wildlife is managed by state game agencies that are supported through license sales. These agencies are responsible for deciding who gets to hunt, what animals, where they can hunt, and what methods they can use. The regulations and rules change annually and are published either online or in a booklet. Each state has different regulations, and it is the individual hunter's responsibility for studying the laws and knowing what they can and cannot do. Let's at least take a basic look at hunting regulations and explain some of the reasoning behind them so you can better understand what you are reading when you look into your state's specific regulations. Licenses and tags. The biggest difference when it comes to licenses is whether you are a resident or non-resident of the state you want to hunt in. All states will charge more for non-resident licenses than resident licenses. Residents often have broader legal access to big game populations than non-residents. But small game regulations are pretty equal between both residents and non-residents. In addition, hunting seasons and game limits are often the same between both residents and non-residents. States don't have the same licensing system, but in general, you'll only need a small game license in order to hunt small game and upland birds. The exception is turkey, which needs a habitat improvement stamp or other addition, along with a turkey tag or turkey permit that is physically attached to the bird when harvested. These tags often have an additional fee, and it is required for each bird you kill. However, you'll need to make sure you have the permit or tag before killing the bird. In some states, this is done through an over-the-counter system of allocation, where you simply get the permit from a licensed vendor. In other states, this is done through a system known as a draw. This is when the tags are given out to the public in a randomized drawing or lottery. A draw is necessary if there is greater interest in a resource than its ability to produce. When it comes to turkey, the draws often go undersubscribed. The lottery system generally serves as a way to guarantee that only those who are dedicated hunters, who plan ahead and fill out their applications, get a tag. It gets rid of spontaneous hunters. To further this, most states have a bonus point or preference system that rewards hunters who apply every year. Waterfowl hunting doesn't use lottery draws, except in some states where they issue tags for tundra swans and or sandhill cranes. You'll need a small game hunting license, a state and federal duck stamp. The money from these stamps goes to wetland conservation. State stamps are often cheaper. Seasons. The season dates basically tell you when you're able to hunt. Most small game species have single window dates when the season is open. For example, the Michigan squirrel season is from September 15 to March 1st. Other animals have a more complex set of dates with multiple open windows. For example, in some states, there is an early Canada goose season, a regular goose season open for Canada, and snow geese, and then a late winter or early spring season that is only for snow geese. Again, turkey is the exception in most states where there are two seasons, one in the spring and one in the fall. Some states further divide the spring season into a handful of shorter seasons. For example, in Wisconsin, there are a total of 7 turkey seasons throughout spring. A turkey tag will specify which season it is valid for, so you need to consider this when applying for turkey tags, so you get approved for a season that matches your schedule. Bag and possession limits. Other than turkeys, a bag limit tells you how many of an animal you are allowed to harvest in a single day. Most of these limits are straightforward, but some can be a little more complicated when they specify gender. For example, pheasant bag limits are usually only for males, while it is illegal to kill a female pheasant. Bag limits for waterfowl are very complex. For example, in Texas, you can bag a total of 6 ducks in a day. However, these 6 ducks can include more than 2 hen mallards, or 5 mallards total, 3 wood ducks, 3 scope, 3 redheads, 2 pintails, 1 canvas back, and 1 dusky duck, which includes mottled ducks, black ducks, and various hybrids. A possession limit would be the amount of animals or birds you can have in your possession while in the field or in transit. Often this number is 2 to 3 times the daily bag limit. This restricts how many animals you're able to have in your possession until you can process them and get to your final destinations, often your home. A hunting camp isn't considered a final destination unless you happen to eat the animals there. At this point, the animals would no longer count towards your possession limit. Methods of take. This refers to the method you will use to kill something. They are broken down into weapon types: shotgun, archery, muzzleloader, rimfire, centerfire, long gun, handgun, air gun, etc. Some small game animals like rabbits might be open to all of the above methods of taking. Others, like the turkey, may only be open to archery or shotgun as a method of take. There may be also further specifications for shotgun gauges or centerfire caliber sizes. Refer to the appendix at the end of this book to see the laws in your particular state. Hunting supplies. Preparing yourself for a hunt can almost be as challenging as the hunt itself. There is a lot to research and check when it comes to gear, so you aren't left without something essential when you need it in the middle of the woods. Plus, you need certain basic materials to harvest on an animal. To make the situation even more complex and confusing is the fact that the market is full of a limitless number of accessories and tools that claim to make some aspects of hunting easier, but can actually just weigh you down and make the process more difficult. Let's consider the basic tools you need to have on hand to get started before you branch out into other supplies. The basic necessities. Legal needs. Keep licenses and permits on you at all times. When hunting big game, make sure you carry your tags and wire. Navigation needs. Detailed maps of your area. Bonus if you can find maps with landowners' names. GPS unit of your choice. Compass in case your GPS malfunctions. Hunting needs. Firearm or bow depending on preference. Ammunition or arrows. If you are using a firearm, bring the appropriate hearing protection. Binoculars. Game calls if needed. Decoys if needed. Field dressing and transportation needs. Knife. Resealable plastic bags for small games and birds after dressing. Cheesecloth for large game after dressing. Cart to transport large game. Coolers and ice packs for transporting small game or birds on warm days. Personal and safety needs. One or more high-visibility items: hat, vest, jacket. Cell phone. Basic first aid kit. Headlamp or other hands-free flashlights. Water bottle or other adequate supply of water. High-energy snacks. Lunch or other meal depending on how long you plan to be out in the field. Antibacterial hand wipes. The clothing and tools you choose will depend on the season, what animals you are hunting, and where you plan to hunt. It is best to dress for the weather, and wearing layers is best. Just make sure you add some type of blaze orange to be seen. Plus, you want to make sure you pack an extra pair of socks just in case. The first major decision you're going to have to make is what type of weapon you plan to hunt with, and then narrow your choices to the best one to carry, and whether or not you need to carry more than one. So let's take a close look at your weapon choices. Weapon choice. The first question you need to answer as a new hunter is whether you want to start a gun hunting or a bow hunter. In the end, some end up hunting with both options, but as a new hunter, it is a good idea to focus on mastering just one before you start learning the other. Let's take a moment to consider the pros and cons of each weapon class so you can make an informed decision about which you want to start with. The first thing we want to consider is some basic parameters. To keep things simple in this book, let's just assume you are getting started with hunting big game from deer to moose. This means you won't be considering shotguns for birds or waterfowl, or smaller caliber guns for small game. In addition, when we start to look at bow hunting, we'll consider a compound bow rather than traditional longbows and recurves or crossbows. For the purpose of choosing a first weapon, we're only going to look at a rifle and a modern compound bow, since both are versatile weapons that can offer you a range of hunting options. Each will also give you a good foundation to build on when you branch into other types of hunting. Of course, we will discuss other options in later chapters of this book for those who already have a foundation and are looking to expand their hunting options. When choosing between starting with a rifle or a bow, you want to consider several criteria, including the type and length of season, the regulations for both weapons, the costs associated with a weapon, the learning curve involved, the needs of practice, and the overall maintenance of a weapon. So let's consider each of these individually to help you make a decision. Rifle Hunting Overview. For years, a rifle was a rite of passage for a hunter. It was seen as a move from a makeshift bow and arrow in the backyard to a more permanent solution that can be passed down between generations. Today, rifle hunting appeals to many new hunters because it is considered the centerpiece of what hunting should be. With a gun that is pre-sighted for long-range shooting, there is a chance to simply grab your weapon and go hunting. You don't need to have camouflage, the need for scent control, game calls, or stalking skills. You can simply walk along game trails, hillsides, or other outdoor areas until you find something, or you can sit in a specific location and wait for the animal to arrive. In addition, learning to safely handle and shoot a rifle is a lesson in personal responsibility. You need special skills to carry, load, and shoot a rifle. It isn't something you should take lightly. It is also something you learn through practice. As a new hunter, It is also what's taught in required hunting safety courses. Rifle hunting is often considered easier than bow hunting. Although you'll find hunters who can argue either side, in general, gun hunting does offer a simplicity that appeals to many new hunters. This simplicity is also why many bow hunters still carry a rifle when they go hunting. However, there are some downsides to owning a rifle for hunting that you need to consider. Perhaps the biggest con to hunting just with a rifle is that they have a short and limited season, making your hunting period more pressured. For example, in states like Ohio and Illinois, you're only able to hunt with a rifle a handful of days over a few different weekends. This puts a lot of pressure on you to be successful in a short amount of time. Let's take a look at the pros and cons of hunting with a rifle to see if getting started with this route is right for you. Rifle hunting pros. You can hunt game at longer distances, often up to 300 yards. Scopes can help you pinpoint shot placement after practicing. They make it easier to bring down big game animals. There is less physical work compared to shooting typical bows. They don't take as long to develop skills as with a bow. Rifle hunting cons. You can only practice at gun ranges unless you have room on your land. A minimum of 200 yards is needed to safely practice. In some hunting districts, rifles are more restricted. Rifles typically have shorter hunting seasons. For most antlerless deer or elk hunting, you'll need to draw special tags. Ammunition is a recurring cost that can be expensive depending on the rifle you choose to use. Your meat may be more damaged, and you may even lose some meat to lead exposure. The cost of hunting with a rifle. The average cost of a new mid-level rifle for big game will be about $750 to over $1,500. A mid-level scope will cost you about $500, but some hunters say you should buy a scope that at least costs the same as a rifle or more. A single box of 20 cartridges is going to cost an average of $60. A trigger lock and gun cleaning kit for proper storage and maintenance is going to cost about $75. If you want, you'll purchase a gun safe for storage, and this can range from $400 to $1,500, depending on the size and features you need. Orange clothing is going to cost you another $20 to $100. Bow hunting overview. Bow hunting can also be simple, and while there is going to be some increased effort, you will often get a greater reward. This is what appeals to many who choose to hunt with a bow. Quietly stalking an animal that's on high alert and then knocking them down with an arrow from 30 yards presents an extra level of thrill to hunting. Plus, bow hunting comes with a greater historical background than firearms. So it is easy to see how bow hunting can also appeal to a new hunter. Perhaps the biggest con to bow hunting is one that happens frequently. That is not mortally wounding or recovering a deer or elk you've hit with a bow. While a shoulder shot with a rifle will take down most big game animals, you'll need a heart or lung shot to bring down a big game animal. Without this successful shot, the animal could take off for hundreds of yards, and you may lose track of it. At the same time, hunting with a bow opens you up to the non-hunting side of archery. You can compete in more local competitions as an archer than you can as a marksman. Let's break down the pros and cons of hunting with a bow. Bow hunting pros. On average, you'll enjoy a longer hunting season. At the very least, you'll have an earlier and later hunting season than you will with a firearm. If you're hunting in the western states, then archery season will overlap the peak elk rut season. You won't need a lot of room to practice your archery skills. You won't need to buy a lot of ammunition for practice and hunting since arrows are reusable. Bow hunting gives you access to more big game animals like turkey, bear, and grouse. In most states, you're able to hunt antlerless game with over-the-counter tags. When you make a kill with a bow, it is cleaner, so you have no risk of damage or lead-exposed meat. In some states, you get special access to hunting units like city limits, along river bottoms and nearer to developed areas. This is because the effective range of bow hunting is less than with firearms. Bow hunting cons. When hunting with a bow, it can be more of a challenge to get close to big game animals. This means your odds of success are less, especially for new hunters. You'll have to take most game animals at 10 to 50 yards. Your equipment is going to break down quicker. Strings will need to be replaced every few years, and parts on a bow are more likely to break than on a firearm. In the southern regions, archery season can be hot, so you'll need to take extra care in preserving game meat. Most deer rutting activity happens after early archery season ends. You will need greater physical activity in order to draw a bow. The cost of hunting with a bow. The average cost of a new mid-level compound bow is $750 to $1,250. Beneficial accessories like a pin sight, stabilizer, and release will cost you about $500. Arrows are about $75 a dozen. Broadhead arrows are about $10 each. Practice targets can be between $50 to over $100. You have the option to purchase scent-blocking camouflage that can cost up to $1,000 for a set. Choosing a weapon. As you can tell, it can be a hard choice. There is nothing that makes one option a clear choice over the other. Often the answer comes down to personal preference, access to shooting opportunities for practice and hunting, local regulations, availability to instructors, budget, level of commitment, and hunting goals. When you choose to start with a rifle, you'll have a better chance of success in your first few years. When you have success, you are going to be more likely to keep up hunting. Plus, you'll be gaining a weapon that you can pass on to future generations as they take up hunting. For many, a gun is easier to shoot, and once you develop the skills to safely handle a firearm, you'll be able to increase your competency. With experience, you'll be able to open yourself up to other firearm options, such as shotguns and smaller calibers, so you can hunt birds and a variety of other game animals. However, if you want a greater challenge, then you can choose to start with bow hunting. You will get exercise while also enjoying a more traditional method of hunting. You may also need to learn additional skills, such as game calls, in order to bring animals within a closer range to you. You'll have more days to hunt, and this can potentially reduce the competition for targets from other hunters. Practicing and hunting with a bow can often be more calming than with a firearm. If you still aren't sure what you want to go with, then try both first. You can often find someone who can take you to the range for a day so you can see what it's like. You can also talk to local archery stores that may be able to set up demos. You can also look at the area around you and see what weapons are better for hunting in your local area. But for now, let's look at each of these options in greater depth to help you choose the right option, as well as what you need to do to maintain them properly. Bow hunting, a closer look. If you decided to start with bow hunting, then the next step you need to take is to get set up with a bow. This is where things can start to get overwhelming with so many choices and options. The first thing to consider is the type of bows available. Types of bows. First, there is the recurve bow. This style features limbs that sweep back and then forward at the tips toward the bowstring and the grip. This type of bow is easier for the beginner to use, since the curved limbs provide it with more energy. When pulling a recurve bow to full draw, you won't have as much hand shock and vibration as you get with a long bow. However, unlike a compound bow, this option doesn't have a let-off point, meaning the archer still feels the total draw weight of the bow during the entire draw. This can make it difficult to keep the bow ready for any extended period of time. Once the string is released, the limbs and string move forward. The energy stored in both limb parts releases quickly, which shoots the arrow to the target at high speeds. Many archery hunters prefer the compound bow that uses wheels and cams. This system allows a hunter to hold the bow at full draw for an extended period of time in order to get the best shot. This gives a compound bow a major advantage over other types of bows. With a compound bow, the string starts to turn the wheel and cam attached to the bow limbs as the hunter starts to draw the bow. The hunter pulls the full draw weight until the cam turns over, letting off the full draw weight. Once the cam turns over, the draw weight decreases by 50 to 80%. This decrease, caused by the cam turning over, allows the hunter to hold less draw weight when at full draw. The most common disadvantage with a compound bow is vibration, but there are add-ons that can reduce these effects. There are also several other add-ons you can choose from to increase the advantage of your compound bow. You can add a stabilizer that adds forward weight to help bounce the bow and absorb any vibration when the string is released. There is a mechanical sight that you can add to help place a shot. An arrow rest allows you to hold the arrow above the arrow's shelf. Lastly, a vibration dampener will help absorb the vibration caused when firing the bow, while also helping to reduce shock and excess noise. Another option is the longbow. This is a large, powerful, and lightweight bow. For beginners, a longbow is one of the most difficult styles to use. Not all longbows have an arrow shelf, and they don't shoot as fast as a recurve or compound styles. The longbow also doesn't have a let-off point, meaning you will feel the total draw weight during the entire draw. Once the string is drawn back, the energy is stored in the limbs until the bowstring is released, which propels the arrow towards the target. Hunters who prefer a more traditional bow hunt, using recurve and longbows, can choose from a few accessories or additional parts to help increase the challenge of the hunt. On the other hand, hunters who use a compound bow can add accessories to help provide an accurate, vibration-free, and quiet shooting experience. No matter what option you choose, you need to always make sure you follow the safety instructions listed by the manufacturer. Another option to choose is a crossbow. In fact, there are two common types of crossbows. The first is the compound crossbow. This operates on the same principle as a compound bow with wheels and cams. The compound crossbow has a unique design that features a trigger mechanism to hold the string in place until the bolt or projectile is released by the archer. The frame of a crossbow resembles a rifle stock, with a top rail for attaching a telescopic sight. The bolt rests on the rail and is kept in place by a retention spring. The limbs function similarly to a compound bow, but they are shorter. Before using these crossbows, you want to make sure you read and follow all instructions from the manufacturer. The second type is the recurve crossbow. This is similar to the recurve bow. It has limbs that sweep back and forward at the tips, providing it with potential for more energy. You don't have to worry about any wheels or cams to break, or cables and cable savers to change. These crossbows are also lighter than compound crossbows. It is similar to a compound crossbow in the fact that it uses a bolt held in place by a retention spring. As with a compound crossbow, make sure you read the instructions and follow them before using. Before you choose to use a crossbow, you want to consult local laws on shooting and hunting with crossbows, since they can differ from regular hunting regulations. When it comes to understanding bows, all bows have 3 basic parts you need to understand. The first is the grip. This is what allows the hunter to hold the bow in a vertical position while shooting. Bows with a wrist strap need to be gripped with a relaxed hand grip. For other bows, the fingertips are curled and rest gently on the front of the grip. At full draw, the force of the bow holds the grip in the palm of the hand. If the bow is gripped too tightly, the arrow will be thrown left, right, up, or down. The second is the limbs. This is the upper and lower parts of the bow that bend whenever the string is drawn back. The limbs are where the energy is stored when the bow is held at full draw. You should never release a bowstring without an arrow that is locked in place. This is referred to as dry firing a bow. If you do this, it can cause damage to the bow and/or injury to you and others around you. Lastly, there is the string groove. This is found on the limb tip of longbows and recurve bows. It is what keeps the bowstring in place. Bowstring parts. The complexity of a bowstring will change depending on the type of bow an archer uses. Most bowstrings will include the following parts. First is the bowstring itself. This attaches to the limbs of the longbow or recurve bow. With a compound bow, it attaches to the cable. It has a center nock location to help position an arrow. Second is a string silencer. This reduces string noise and vibration with an elastic material that is added to the string. These aren't used on longbows. Then there is a kisser button. This is a small plastic button that can be attached to the bowstring. At full draw, it will touch the archer's lips and provide a second point of reference for the anchor position. The serving is a wrapping of material at the string's center. This protects the string from wear. The nock locator attaches to the serving. The nock locator is a mark or device that shows where the arrow needs to be placed on the string. It is often located on the serving area of the string. Lastly, there is a release aid loop. This can be used along with the mechanical release to help provide a more accurate shot. Bow terms defined. Once you know about the types of bows, as well as their parts and accessories, you need to find a bow that fits your needs. All bows need to fit the person who will be using it. After you have a correct bow, you also need arrows that are correctly sized for the bow. Before you attempt to shoot a bow and arrow, you should become familiar with the draw weight and length of the bow. Most bows come with a label that tells you how it is set up, including the string and cable length. You'll often find this information on the inside of the lower limb. Draw weight. This is used to describe the maximum amount of weight needed in order to pull a bowstring back completely. This weight is measured in pounds. When you purchase a bow, you want to make sure you can pull it back completely and comfortably. In addition, pulling the bowstring back should be done in a smooth motion until full draw is achieved. If you find yourself struggling to perform the motion, then the draw weight is too high, and you'll end up with inaccurate shot placement. Drawing a bow with too high of a weight can cause pulled muscles in your chest and shoulders, which can even result in permanent damage to your shoulder. So never try to push beyond what you can comfortably do. Draw length. This describes the distance between the bowstring and the grip when at full draw. Bows come in a range of draw lengths, but the most common are 26 to 29 inches. When you purchase a bow, you should have it properly fitted by a dealer. If you use a bow that doesn't fit your draw length, you can end up damaging your bow. Anchor point. This is a location of the archer's face, mouth, or jaw when the bow is at full draw. This is where the drawing hand is positioned in order to provide the archer with a consistent anchor point when taking each shot. In addition to these terms, there are several other criteria you should think about when purchasing your first bow. Let's consider these criteria individually so you can choose a bow that is right for you. Grips. This is going to be your primary point of contact with the bow. The name implies that you'll be gripping the bow, but in actuality, you're using the grip to bounce the bow against your hand when taking a shot. The grips on a bow aren't universal, and each is going to feel different based on the contour of your hand. When gripping the bow, you want it to sit comfortably in between the pad of your thumb and the palm of your hand, with your fingers gently wrapped around it. You should be able to bounce the bow in your hand without having to keep a death grip on it with your fingers. Draw cycle. This process starts with your initial pull and continues as the cam rolls back until you reach the valley and back wall. As you pull through the valley, you'll hit the back wall. It is essential for a bow to have a smooth draw cycle, but this is experienced in a different way for each archer. The design of the cams has the biggest impact on the draw cycle. Bows designed for speed have an aggressive cam and probably won't have that smooth of a draw cycle. Once you determine the design of the cams, your draw length and weight will also have an impact on the feel of the draw cycle. When you are looking for a bow, it is important to be able to control the bow. The motion of drawing the bow should be smooth, consistent, and, if needed, slow. Valley and back wall. The valley is a point when the weight starts to let off in the draw cycle. It is also the amount of space or play you have between the back wall and shooting the bow. The back wall is the point where the draw cycle hits a stop, and you hold until you take your shot. Once you pull into the valley, it should be comfortable and quiet, rather than a sudden jolt in the back wall. A comfortable valley is dependent on the shooter. Some like a shallow valley where there isn't a lot of play at full draw. These bows require you to stay tight and engaged when pulling into the back wall. Archers who prefer this like to keep their muscles engaged to help create a more guaranteed shot. On the other hand, some prefer a deep and relaxed valley. This allows the shooter to settle in when at full draw. This allows a person to relax their muscles and focus on taking their shot. The added benefit to a relaxed valley is that it's easier to keep your bow at full draw in case you have to wait a long period of time to take the shot. Hand shock. This is another term for the feeling you get when you shoot the arrow. This is something you need to pay attention to. Some bows don't transfer this energy well, and you may experience a feeling like the bow will fly out of your hands. It's important to find a bow that feels mostly dead. This helps prevent you from anticipating the shot and having a tight grip on the bow. This is important because the tighter you grip the bow, the more likely you are to torque the bow and miss the shot. Budget. The first thing you want to do when purchasing a bow is to set a budget. Knowing how much you can afford to spend on a bow is going to help people direct you to a bow that meets your needs. Keep in mind that you may want to factor accessories into your budget, so don't spend all your money simply on your bow. You may be able to find kits that come with the common accessories you need. But if you buy a bow individually, then keep in mind that the costs of accessories add up quickly. Top quality bows with name brands will often carry high price tags. These may be tempting because they shoot well, but this doesn't mean you have to purchase the most expensive bow the store has to offer. When you are first starting, don't be afraid to go with something in the mid-range. You can often afford to get the top of the model from last year at the cost of a mid-range model simply by waiting a year. However, modern bows have advanced so well that even a lower-priced model is going to present you with a pretty good option. Plus, how much you pay for a bow won't ensure your success at hunting. Try them out. Once you have a budget in mind, the next step is to start trying out different bows by shooting some arrows. This is often the fun part of choosing a bow. After you have discussed a price with the employees, they can suggest several bows for you to try out. Although the more bows you can try, the better. When trying bows, make sure you shoot each bow several times to get a proper feel for them. It is also a more important process than simply shooting arrows. You want to make sure you can clear your mind and feel the bow. Each bow needs to be set at the proper draw length and weight for your individual preferences, and the person at the shop can help you with this. Shoot all the bows at the same poundage, let off and draw, so you can even the field and get a good feel for which bow you prefer. You want to shoot the bow at the weight that you'll be shooting when you take it home. You don't want to get home only to find out that your bow shoots differently at a 10-pound difference. When you test fire a bow, there are a few things you need to feel for. This includes a comfortable grip, a smooth draw cycle, a comfortable valley, and minimal hand shock. Once you find the bow that feels the best in all of these areas, then you'll have the right bow for you. As you can see, this is why you can't be afraid to shoot a bow multiple times when you try to find the right one for your individual needs. Purchasing a bow is a big investment, and you need to take the time to make sure you are making the right decision. Once you have made the right decision, you need to move on to your next big selection, which is the arrows. Arrows. Arrows can be made from wood, aluminum, fiberglass, or carbon. No matter what material they are made from, there are 5 parts to an arrow that you need to know to help you make a choice about which arrows you want to use. Point. This is the tip of the arrow, and the type of point you'll choose will be determined by the species you plan to hunt. Shaft. All parts of an arrow are attached to the shaft, or the main structural component of the arrow. The stiffness of the shaft is known as the spine. You should make sure the arrow shaft matches the poundage of the bow and your preferred draw length. Crest. This is a marking that indicates the manufacturer of the arrow along with the model number, and sometimes even specific arrow measurements for the thickness and diameter. Fletching. This could be made from real feathers or plastic. The fletching provides stability for the arrow when it is in flight. Each arrow will have 3 or 4 veins of fletching. Nock. Often this is made from plastic and features a notch in one end to help attach the arrow to the string. Of all these parts, the most varied is the point or tip. As we mentioned earlier, The tip you choose will largely depend on the species you plan to hunt. Let's take a moment to consider the different types of tips you may come across when choosing arrows. Arrows. Broadhead. These tips are used for big game animals. They often feature interchangeable blades within a fixed position. There are newer types of these arrows that feature points that open only on impact. Field points. These are either used for target practice or small game hunting. Judo points. These are ideal for small game hunting in grassy areas. Blunt points. These are also used for small game hunting, but are often made from rubber or metal. Fishing points. These are used for bow fishing and feature barbs that hold the fish on the arrow. Bullet points. These are often only used for target practice. If a bow doesn't seem like the right option for you, or if you are expanding to other hunting weapons, then the next broad category to consider is a firearm. Gun hunting, a closer look. Firearm components. While long-barreled firearms differ when it comes to bore and projectile type, both rifles and shotguns have many of the same components. Let's first look at these shared components before getting into the more specifics. Stock. This is what supports the barrel of the firearm in the action. They are made from either wood or synthetic material. They come in one or two pieces depending on the manufacturer. Action. This is a term for a series of parts that load, fire, and eject a cartridge or shot shell from a gun. There are two types of actions: a single-shot action, where the gun needs to be manually reloaded after each shot, and a repeating action, where another shot is automatically loaded into the chamber from a magazine after a shot. Sight. This device helps align and aim a gun. Sight styles come in a wide range of options, such as metallic, fiber optic, PEEP, open, telescopic, dot, and laser. We'll discuss a little more about this later. Barrel and muzzle. This is the tube-shaped part of a gun that the ammunition is fired through, and the muzzle is the front end of the barrel. Trigger and trigger guard. When the trigger is squeezed, it releases the firing pin, so it hits the primer on the firearm cartridge. This ignites the powder and sends a bullet down the barrel. The trigger guard is there to protect the trigger from an accidental fire. Magazine. This is used to store shot shells or cartridges. Without a magazine, the firearm is limited to a single shot. You'll find three types of magazines: tubular, box type, and hinged floor plate. You also find them as detachable or fixed. The detachable magazine can be removed, while a fixed magazine cannot. Firearm actions. There are many kinds of firearms available, so it can be a difficult choice to find the right one for your hunting needs. Some key factors to consider, no matter what level of hunting expertise you have, is speed, weight, and accuracy. To help you start making your decision, we first want to consider the different firearm actions available and how they operate. It's always best to read the owner's manual for an explanation of how to safely operate a firearm. Bolt action. These firearms have earned a reputation for high accuracy. This is the strongest action available and works by moving the bolt handle up to the rear to open the action. When the bolt is moved forward, it picks up a new cartridge. When the bolt is fully forward, you push it down to lock it into place. Once you engage the safety, you are ready to hunt. After firing, you grab the bolt handle and lift up while pulling towards you. This will eject the spent cartridge from the chamber. When it comes to safety, you should always engage the safety and keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction when loading a firearm. To confirm a firearm is unloaded, you should only do so by looking into the chamber. Lever action. These firearms typically have a shorter barrel, are lighter weight, and are easier to operate for follow-up shots. This is a popular style of action when it comes to rifles, and it is a good choice for those hunting in thick brush. Most lever-action firearms come with a loading gate, where the cartridges are pushed into a tubular magazine. When loading a cartridge from the magazine, you need to grasp the lever and swing it down and away from you. Ensure the barrel is pointed in a safe direction throughout the process. The second step is to swing the lever up and towards you. This will release the cartridge from the magazine, chamber the cartridge, and close the action. Once you've loaded the gun, engage the safety if there is one. Otherwise, you can place the hammer at half-cock position. Once you fire the lever action, swing the lever down and away from you to eject the spent cartridge. It is important to note that many older model lever actions don't have a safety to engage while unloading the firearm, so make sure you keep your fingers away from the trigger guard. Pump or slide action. These actions can be found in both shotguns and rifles. This action allows the hunter to quickly eject and chamber new rounds. It is often loaded from the bottom into a tubular magazine. The action is open when the firearm is pulled to the rear of the firearm. When you push the forearm forward, that moves the ammunition from the magazine into the chamber and closes the action, so the firearm is ready to be fired. For most pump actions, the slide lever is located near the trigger guard. You can release the action so you can inspect the chamber and upload the firearm. Semi-automatic action. This is another action that is found in both shotguns and rifles. Many hunters prefer this action because it offers a reduced recoil compared to pump or hinge actions. Once the trigger is pulled and a round is fired, the action automatically opens and ejects the spent ammunition while chambering a new round, closing the action and getting the firearm ready to fire again. This process repeats automatically every time the trigger is pulled. When all ammunition in the magazine or chamber is fired, the action will automatically remain open. Break or hinge action. You can find these in both single and double barrel styles. This action is best for beginner hunters since it limits the shots per use. Many firearms with this action type have two barrels that are either side by side or over and under. For loading, you push on the action release lever and pivot the barrels down. This separates the chamber from the stock and firing mechanism so you can insert new ammunition. Once the action is closed and the safety is released, the firearm can be fired. Once fired, press the release lever to open the action and eject the spent ammunition. Some of these actions have automatic ejectors, and others require you to manually remove the spent ammunition. These actions for rifles and shotguns can be designed to accommodate a range of interchangeable barrels for both rimfire and centerfire ammunition. Weapon sights. Many rifles, shotguns, and even handguns feature sights. These are devices that help hunters to aim with greater accuracy. There are three types of sights you need to consider. Telescopic sight. This type consists of a main tube with lenses that magnify distant objects. They typically have line reticles to help line up the center of a target where the horizontal and vertical reticles meet. These sights are often mounted on top of a barrel or action of a firearm. These sights are easy to use, making them a great choice for beginning hunters. You can find them as fixed powers or with adjustable rings that hunters can use to choose different magnification powers. Aperture or peep sight. These are often mounted at the rear of a rifle action. These sights have a base and raised ring, which can be adjusted for vertical and horizontal movement. This sight can be used to aim at a target by looking through the peephole of the rear sight, centering the front sight within the circle of the rear peep sight. The front sight can be a metal post with a ball on top or a simple metal post. This is commonly found on target rifles. Open sight. These are common on rifles and pistols. They often feature a notch or cut at the rear of the weapon and a single post at the front of the muzzle. Newer versions of these sights are made of fiber optic material in contrasting colors to gather light, making it easier to see in low light. Choosing a scope. Modern scopes are much improved from what you would find just a few years ago. However, this also means that choosing the right scope for your hunting needs has become a lot more complicated. You don't need to get overwhelmed by all the choices, since you can narrow down your selection based on your hunting needs, just as you do with many other pieces of hunting gear. Let's consider the things you need to consider to help you make the right decision. Budget. As when you choose a weapon, the first thing you want to consider is your budget. Scopes can range in price from under $100 to easily over $1,000. You should only spend as much as you can afford when it comes to a scope. Although this is easier said than done when it comes to hunting gear, especially when it comes to optics. The more you spend on optics, the better quality you get, and this often correlates to better performance. Better performance means more light transmission and greater clarity from better quality glass. More money will also let you get lighter construction, with additional features such as waterproof and fog-proof lenses with different reticle options. No matter what level of budget you choose, always make sure you are getting a scope with a lifetime guarantee. Magnification. There are adjustable and fixed magnification scopes to choose from. Most fixed magnification scopes aren't too popular, but there are still a few advantages to using them. If you hunt in locations where you often need to make a quick shot at a short range and thick cover, then you will do fine with a fixed, low magnification scope. Low power scopes offer a wide field of view, which makes it faster to acquire a target. You may find that a fixed, low-power scope doesn't hamper you all that much, even if you occasionally need to do a longer shot. Some hunters feel that a higher range of magnification leads to greater accuracy, but in truth, it can be easier to hold crosshairs steady with a lower magnification. A higher magnification causes more exaggerated movements because the crosshairs move whenever you breathe, your heart beats, or your muscles contract. This can be an extra challenge for the beginning hunter trying to sight a distant big game animal. Variable power scopes offer a wide range of magnification options. Some popular all-purpose big game hunting options are 3 to 9 power, 4 to 12 power, and 3 to 15 power. Objective lens. This is the lens of a scope that faces the end of the rifle barrel and transmits light to a hunter's eye. The most common lens size for a hunting rifle scope is 40 millimeters wide. Some prefer the wider field of view offered by a 50 millimeter lens. These lenses can also transmit more light during the early morning and late evening hours, perhaps giving you a few extra hours to hunt. On the other hand, If you want a light and more compact scope, then you may want to consider a 32mm objective lens. However, these will have a more limited field of view. Reticles. You'll find nearly as many reticle options as you do rifle scopes. Just a few years ago, most scopes had duplex reticles, which was nothing more than a crosshair that helped you aim. The early models of these reticles were made with horsehair, and then later fine wire. Today, many scopes have reticles that are etched into the glass of the lens. Duplex reticles are still the most practical today, even when shooting long range. Once you become familiar with the caliber ballistics you're shooting, you'll know how much bullet drop occurs over a specific range. This makes it possible to shoot highly accurately with a duplex reticle and standard calibers up to a maximum range of about 300 yards. Other popular reticles for hunters are the BDC, or bullet drop compensating reticle, and the MOA, or minute of angle reticle. The BDC is the simplest option. It incorporates 3 to 5 horizontal hash marks below the main crosshair. Each hash mark corresponds to a specific amount of elevation drop based on the ballistics of caliber and bullet. This information is provided by the manufacturers for popular calibers and bullet weights. The MOA reticle is a little more complicated, but operates under the same basic principle as the BDC. With this reticle, the hash marks under the main crosshair correspond to minute of angle elevation drop points. For example, 1 MOA would be equal to 1 inch as 100 yards. This reticle will require some calculating, so some choose to carry a small yardage/MOA cheat sheet for quick and easy reference. There are other reticles on the market that have windage hash marks on the horizontal crosshair. These reticles are good when hunting at long ranges in open country, where a stiff breeze can easily push bullets far off point of aim. These reticles are the best at accurately compensating for wind drift. Turrets. Scope manufacturers also produce custom caliber and bullet-specific elevation turrets that you can adjust manually. With these, you dial the elevation turret to the yardage that equals the distance to a target so you can precisely aim. The turret will move the horizontal crosshairs in order to account for bullet drop so you can hold directly on the target. While many hunters choose to use custom elevation turrets, they aren't necessary for the majority of shots you'll take while hunting in the field. Take the time to try out scopes by going to the range and sighting in your rifle. The best rifle scope you can choose is a combination that you know well. No rifle scope is going to guarantee that you make an accurate shot every time. This is only the product of plenty of target practice. So take the time to try out different options and find one that you are comfortable with so it can help you improve your skills. The basics of shotguns. When it comes to hunting shotguns, there are 3 subjects that a small game hunter needs to be aware of: barrel length, choke, and chambers. These 3 subjects will change dramatically based on the game animal you are hunting. Let's consider the basics so you have a good understanding of what you need to know. Barrel lengths. This obviously refers to the length of a shotgun barrel. General physics implies that a longer barrel allows a projectile to harness more energy from the explosion of the gunpowder and to maintain a more direct flight path. Consider a few main barrel types and what they are best used for. 20 to 24-inch barrels are best for turkey hunting. These short barrels are best when aiming at standing still birds. Often they are too short for wing shooting since the accuracy isn't as good. The short barrel often makes them a good choice for rabbit and grouse hunting as well, since you spend a lot of time in thick cover, and you don't want your barrel getting hung up on vegetation. 26 to 28-inch barrels are the standard lengths for all shotgun applications and can be used for everything from wing shooting to slug hunting. A 26-inch barrel is lighter, making it more maneuverable. On the other hand, a 28-inch barrel is more accurate for long-range shots and is considered one of the best all-around barrel lengths. Often your choke selection will reduce the difference between these two barrels. This will be discussed more when we talk about chokes. 30 to 32-inch barrels are longer and still have some applications. These barrels are commonly used for waterfowl hunting who need long-range pass shooting. Chokes. The choke on a shotgun is a tapered restriction in the muzzle end of the bore. These cause a wider or narrower shot pattern. In other words, it impacts the spread of pellets as they travel downrange. A choke that is tightly constricted will yield a tighter pattern, since it is concentrating the shot into an impact zone a smaller diameter than you would from an open choke at equal distances. Hunters have 5 common chokes to choose from. Improved cylinder is a highly versatile choke that is mainly used for upland birds, small game animals, and waterfowl. Modified is a general use choke commonly used for upland birds, small game animals, and short to mid-range waterfowl shooting. Improved modified is often used for mid-range upland bird and waterfowl shooting. Full is the most common highly compressed choke. It is often used for long-range upland and waterfowl shooting. It can also be good for turkey hunting. Extra full is a highly compressed choke used specifically for turkey hunting and long-range waterfowl shooting. The type of choke you choose to use will depend on the hunting you plan to do. If you want a more versatile shotgun, then you should choose one with screw-in chokes. This makes it easy to change out chokes while in the field. You can also purchase extra chokes for a cheaper price than buying a new shotgun. However, most older shotguns have only fixed or adjustable chokes. A fixed choke can't be adjusted or unscrewed. Double-barrel and side-by-side shotguns will often have different size choke for each barrel. Adjustable choke shotguns can be adjusted with a fitting on the end of the barrel. This option was popular in the past, but has fallen out of favor with modern hunters and isn't seen much today. The best way to understand shotgun chokes is to consider the average percentage of lead pellets from a shot shell that each choke is able to deliver into a 30-inch circle at 40 yards. Extra full, plus or minus 75%. Full, plus or minus 70%. Modified, plus or minus 60%. Improved cylinder, plus or minus 50%. Chambers. Shotguns have 3 common chamber lengths: 1.2 3/4 inch, 2.3 inch, 3.3 1/2 inches. Many modern shotguns are built to take both 2 3/4 and 3 inch, with many accepting 3 1/2 inch as well. In general, 2 3/4 inch shells are ideal for all applications up to turkey and geese. A 3-inch shell is best for larger birds. A 3 1/2 inch shell will give you a few extra pellets and a little extra range, but they're also more costly, with a stronger recoil and a higher risk of jamming. Shotgun gauge. Shotguns are often measured by gauge instead of caliber, which makes them different from rifles and handguns. The gauge is determined by how many lead balls are sized to the exact diameter of the bore it takes to make 1 pound. For example, 1 pound takes 16 lead balls, the same diameter as a 16-gauge shotgun bore. The lower the gauge number, the larger the bore diameter. The most common shotgun gauges are 10, 12, 16, 20, and 28. Only one shotgun is classified by caliber, the 410. This is designated as .410 and is a 41 caliber. This designation is also found for rifles and handguns. New hunters can easily be overwhelmed by the options for shotgun shells. There are plenty of options to choose from, and it can be difficult to know where to start your search. Let's take a look at what you need to know when purchasing shotgun shells. Shot is a term that refers to pellets or projectiles in a shotgun shell. Shot is categorized based on an inverse naming system. A smaller size shot has a larger number. While there are smaller shot sizes, the smallest used by hunting is number 8. These pellets have a diameter of just 0.080 inches and are ideal for dove and quail hunting. It is possible to calculate the diameter of shot sizes by subtracting the shot size number from 17 and then dividing by 100. The shot numbering system continues up to number 1, or 0.16 inches, often used for geese and ducks. From here, the number system can get confusing and weird. The next largest is called B shot, which is 0.17 inch or 0.01 inch bigger than the number 1 shot. BB shot is 0.18 inches, and BBB shot is 0.19 inches. From there, it goes to T shot at 0.20 inch, then TT at 0.21 inch, F at 0.22 inch, and FF at 0.23 inch. Consider below for an idea of different shot sizes and the game animals they are best used for. Number 8 and number 7.5 are best for doves, quail, pigeons, woodcock, and small shoreline birds like rail and snipe. Number 7.5 are best for partridge, grouse, and short-range upland birds like ruffed grouse and woodcock. Number 7.5 and number 6 are best for squirrels, rabbits, hare, short-range pheasant, long-range grouse, and chukar. Number 6 and number 4 are best for long-range pheasant and long-range chukar. Number 4, number 3, and number 2 are best for short-range ducks. Number 2, number 1, and BB are best for long-range ducks. BB and BBB are best for short-range geese. BBB and T are best for long-range geese. Number 4, number 5, and number 6 are best for turkey. Non-toxic versus lead. When hunting upland birds and small game animals, most hunters consider lead shot as a go-to material. This material is heavy and soft, so it retains energy and flattens on impact. This means it efficiently drops game animals. However, lead shot is illegal when hunting waterfowl for a good reason. Ducks and geese can eat spent pellets when feeding, and this can cause lead poisoning. So when it comes to waterfowl hunting, non-toxic shot is federally mandated. From the state level, lead restrictions are sometimes applied to other forms of hunting as well, so you should carefully read your state's hunting regulations to know what is and isn't allowed. The most common form of non-toxic shot is steel. While steel is lighter and harder than lead, it doesn't work as effectively. Other non-toxic material options include tungsten and bismuth. both of which are heavier than steel and more similar to lead shot. These metals are also more expensive than steel. Since they are also harder, you will need a thicker wad in order to protect the barrel of the shotgun from damage. This means less room for pellets within the shot shell. So the best thing you can do as a hunter is to purchase the best waterfowl loads that your budget will allow. If this is steel, then you'll still be able to have success. Buckshot. Buckshot isn't often used for small game animals, but since we are discussing shot size, this is worth mentioning. Buckshot pellets are large enough that they need to be carefully stacked within the casing rather than simply poured in. For example, a 2 3/4-inch 12-gauge shell with 00 buckshot can only hold 9 balls, while the same shell can hold about 400 number 7 pellets. Buckshot was popular for deer hunting for a while, but now it has been largely replaced by single projectile loads known as slugs. The smallest size buckshot, number 4, is 0.01 inch larger than FF. Consider the following sizes of buckshot. Number 4 buckshot equals 0.24 inch. Number 3 buckshot equals 0.25 inch. Number 2 buckshot equals 0.27 inch. Number 1 buckshot equals 0.30 inch. Number 0 or single-aught buckshot equals 0.32 inch. 000 or double-aught buckshot equals 0.33 inch. 000 or triple-aught buckshot equals 0.36 inch. Powder amount and shot. In addition to the length of the shell and the material and size of the shot, you also need to keep 2 other considerations in mind when choosing shot shells. This is the amount of shot and powder. Shot is always measured in ounces. For example, 12-gauge loads for small game hunting typically carry 1 ounce of lead shot. On the other hand, 12-gauge loads or hunting long-range waterfowl can carry 1 3/8 ounces of steel shot. Powder can be measured in drams or by the muzzle velocity of the discharge load. The dram is an archaic unit that is equal to 1/16 of an ounce. The dram used to be the standard unit of measurement for black powder. As smokeless powders were developed, they varied in weight, so ammunition manufacturers started to publish powder charges in dram equivalents. For example, a modern shotgun shell that has 3 drams of powder really has a load of propellant equal in energy to 3 drams of black powder. The better option for ammunition manufacturers is to print the estimated muzzle velocity, since this is the more important number. For example, a general-purpose small-game hunting load will have a muzzle velocity of 1,200 to 1,300 feet per second, and a waterfowl load for long-range hunting will have a muzzle velocity of 1,550 to 1,700 feet per second. The top of the shot shell box should provide you everything you need to know about the ammo. It is deciphering this information that can be difficult, but it is important to learn everything you can so you can select the proper loads for your needed applications. Slugs. Many hunters are starting to prefer rifle shotgun barrels and chokes because they can increase the accuracy of shotgun shells. This offers an excellent option for harvesting game at a reasonable distance. However, another key in accuracy is the type of slug you use. Sabeted slug. These slugs are designed for firing from rifle barrel shotguns or a shotgun with a rifled choke tube. As these slugs leave the shotgun muzzle, the sabot separates from the slug and drops away so the slug can continue down range. This ammunition is highly accurate and provides enough power to knock down most animals. It is often used for big game hunting at ranges up to 150 yards. Foster slug. This option is used for hunting targets at shorter distances. This slug has a hollow rear that pushes the center of gravity towards the front, giving it greater stability at distances up to 75 yards. Most of these slugs feature small fins near the rear, which are referred to as rifling. When it comes to hunting in semi-rural or built-up areas, hunters are often required to use shotgun slugs. Shooting regular bullets is unsafe in these areas, since they can travel distances greater than 2.5 miles. In addition to the main weapon you use while hunting, it is also important that you carry a good knife with you. Let's consider what type of knives you need to have on hand and how you can choose the best option. Knives. When it comes to hunting, knives and blade tools are considered gear. However, with so many options, you can easily end up with more knives than you actually need. Types of knives. The types of knives and blades you need will be determined by what you are using them for. So let's consider what type of knives or blades you need. Multi-tool. This is something you should always have with you in hunting. The best multi-tools are those with a serrated blade, a bone saw, needle-nose pliers, and a bit receiver for quick repairs to your rifle, bow, or other equipment. You may want to consider a multi-tool that allows you to customize the blades for what you need. Skinning knife. While you can use a multi-tool for skinning in a pinch, it is always a good idea to carry a quality skinning knife with you. In fact, many hunters will consider a skinning knife as an essential piece of equipment. Utility knife. It's always good to have a second option so you can keep your skinning knife sharp. It is best to keep your skinning knife for intended purposes and not to use it for other things. A utility knife is a good option for cutting things like wood to rope. Bone saw. If you are going to be hunting big game animals in the backcountry, then it can be a good idea to carry a bone saw with you. This tool allows you to dismantle carcasses in a clean and efficient manner with no jagged bones. It also allows you to remove skull caps if you want to keep antlers or horns without having to pack out the entire head. Wood saw. This option can also double as a bone saw if needed. However, they have a more aggressive tooth pattern that makes it better suited for sawing wood. Having this tool on hand is a good idea if you need to build blinds, trim a shooting lane, or cut firewood. You likely only need to carry this type of tool if you are going to be doing a lot of camp chores, or if you are taking an extended backcountry trip. Hatchet. A lightweight hatchet is still going to be heavier and more cumbersome than a bone saw, but it can serve several functions when butchering animals. It can also be used as a tool for camp chores, such as driving tent stakes, splitting kindling, and for use as an emergency tool. Blade styles. Knives are an important part of any hunting pack, and choosing the right one is important when it comes to field dressing an animal. Blade styles on knives can vary. Some are great for all-purpose use, while others are only suited for specific tasks. When choosing a knife, you'll have to determine which blades are best suited to your needs. Some hunters choose to carry a single knife, while others carry several blades for different tasks, like those we discussed above. There is also the consideration of fixed blades versus folding blades. As with other hunting gear, it is important to invest in quality products rather than cheap products made of inferior materials. It is also important to properly maintain your knife so that it lasts long and continues to provide you with great performance. Choosing the right knife will not only make the field dressing game easier, but it will also make the process safer. Knife blades that are too short or too long, dull blades, and cheap folding knives with failing locking mechanisms are all problems that can lead to injuries. The first thing we want to consider is the type of blades you'll find on hunting knives. Let's see what options are available to you. Drop point. With this blade style, you have a slightly curved that slopes down to the point. The blade itself is strong and deep, which is why it is one of the most common styles of hunting knives. It works for skinning, gutting, and quartering animals, while also having the strength needed to cut tendons and separate ball joints. Boning blade. This blade is good for small game field dressing, as well as butchering big game animals. These blades are slim and shallow, with a sharp and narrow point. It is great at cleanly separating muscle from bone, or cutting up large muscle groups when deboning an animal. These blades can also be used to clean birds and small game animals. They can even be used for filleting or cleaning fish. Clip point. These blades are most commonly found on folding knives. Clip points are a type of hybrid featuring a noticeably angled drop and a thinner point than drop point blades. They also have a shallower blade radius than skinning knives. These blades are stout and responsive, so they work for hunting, fishing, camp chores, and general everyday use. Specialty blades. In addition to these main blades, there are also a number of specialty blade designs for specific tasks. For example, some drop point blades have a gut hook that prevents the puncturing of internal organs when making abdominal incisions. There are also caping blades that are short and shallow with a sharp point when doing precise detail work for skinning around heads, antlers, and feet. However, special blades such as these aren't needed if you keep your knives sharp and take your time while skinning and gutting in the field. Blade length. You also need to consider the length of knives. When it comes to field knives, 4-inch blades are best. Longer blades can be difficult to maneuver in tight areas, and shorter blades don't work well for deep cuts when separating quarters or large muscle groups. Another important piece of hunting gear you need to consider is your clothing choices. This may not seem like a big deal, but there are some specific things you need to consider when choosing what clothing to wear while hunting. Clothing. General clothing choices. When it comes to hunting clothing, most people right away think of camouflage. However, it is more important to consider clothing in hunter orange. This is also known as blaze orange, and is always required if you are going to be hunting medium to large-size game animals. This is because blaze orange isn't a color found in the natural world, and it makes an excellent safety measure. It is also a color that can be seen in both bright sunlight and poor lighting conditions. If you are hunting upland birds or big game animals, you should make sure you are wearing blaze orange on your front, back, both sides, and head. If you are hunting turkey or waterfowl, you only need to wear blaze orange when going to and coming from your hunting location. You should also make sure you consult your local regulations to see if there are specific requirements. For the big game hunter, orange camouflage provides visibility to other hunters. It also helps to break up the outline of the human form. This makes it the ideal mix of concealment and safety. Before going on a hunt, make sure you check local hunter regulations on orange clothing. For upland birds, You're often hunting in groups at large open fields. This requires hunter orange to indicate where you are and to see where others are. You may also want to consider wearing chaps in order to protect your legs when you walk through thick brush. For the turkey hunter, you need to consider that the birds have excellent eyesight and can be spooked by the smallest movement. For these instances, you want to wear camouflage that blends in with the habitat where you're hunting, and you should also attempt to cover any bare skin. You will want to wear hunting orange when entering and exiting your location. Along with general clothing, you also want to give special consideration to your boots. This is an important piece of clothing that you need to focus on making an appropriate choice. Boots. The first thing you need to do to help you choose the right boots for your hunting needs is to understand the basic parts of a boot and how they apply to your hunting needs. Upper. This refers to the part of the boot that covers the top, sides, and back of the foot. The upper can be made from a single piece of material or built from several pieces stitched together. The upper portion of the boot can be further broken down into the vamp, back, tongue, quarter, and lining. The upper portion can also be varying heights. There are boots that barely cover the ankle, to others that almost reach to your knees. For hunting, the ideal height is 9 to 10 inches, since they offer both support and stability. They keep out the majority of water, snow, and dirt. Insulation. This layer is often under the upper layer. Insulation is the main reason why some hunters choose to carry more than one pair of boots. If you are hunting in the early season with a bow, then you'll likely want a pair of lightweight and breathable boots. On the other hand, if you are going to be tracking through the snow in the backcountry, then you'll need as many layers of insulation in the form of Thinsulate that you can get. Boots made with 200 grams of insulation are ideal for mildly cool days with high activity levels. Hunting boots with 1,200 grams of insulation are best for extreme cold weather of 30 degrees or less. Footbed. This is the inside part of the boot, also known as the insole. It is what cushions under your foot. This can be made from synthetic material or leather. Shank. This is a supportive structure between the insole and outsole. It is often found between the ball and heel of your foot, under the arch. The shank provides you with rigidity and stability. It can be made of steel, nylon, carbon fiber, fiberglass, or Kevlar. It is important to get a boot with a quality shank, since it helps with functionality and can reduce the load carried by your feet and calves as you hike to your hunting destination. Last, there are some high-end hunting boots that don't use shanks for support. Rather, they construct their boots around lasts, or foot-shaped molds, that impact the fit of the finished product. The entire boot is constructed around the last, which provides a stiffness to the boot. Advantages to this system is that there is no pivot point like you get with a steel shank. These boots are also lightweight. Midsole. This sits between the footbed and the outside. The midsole is responsible for shock absorption and provides additional support. This part frequently wears down in running shoes and is often why you need to buy a new pair of shoes. Outsole. This is the bottom part of the boot and helps provide stability, traction, and protection. Some boots are rebuildable, so the outsole can be replaced when it wears out. Boot fit. Once you know the parts of the hunting boots, you need to understand boot fit. What kind of fit should a hunting boot have? Do you know what to look for when choosing a pair of hunting boots? When you go to the store to try on boots, you want to bring the socks you'll wear while hunting to get the best idea of fit. In general, you want to look for a boot that locks your heel into the heel cup as best as possible. If you feel your heel slide up and down in the back, then the boot is too big for you, and you'll likely have a blister develop. Next, you want to focus on how the boot fits around your foot. Pay attention if the sides of the boot feel too tight, narrow, or wide. You don't want your foot to move from left to right. How much room is in front of your foot isn't that important as long as everything else locks into place. The last thing to consider when it comes to boot fit is quality. It is a good idea to look for a boot that is rebuildable. These boots are often constructed better than boots that are just designed to be worn until they are worn out and replaced. After clothing, another important piece of hunting gear you should consider is a scent killer. This can be important if you are going to stalk game animals up close. Miscellaneous gear. Scent killer. This piece of hunting gear is exactly what it sounds like. This spray can be applied to your clothes where it binds to the fabric and reduces your scent to the point that you are almost undetectable to animals around you. It is important to use them before you walk to your hunting destination. Otherwise, you'll carry scents with you all the way to your hunting destination. Minimizing your scent is one of the most important things a hunter can do. Let's consider the different types of scent killers available to hunters. Types. There are several different types of scent killers on the market, including sprays, soaps, deodorant, body wash, shampoo, wipes, machine wash, detergent. Hunters who are serious about scent control may use all of the above. While this isn't a bad idea, there are some things you can do to reduce your scent without having to use a lot of products. A field spray is often a last line of defense to ensure you are scent-free. You can apply this spray before you get to your stand or blind to remove any scent clinging to your clothes while driving to your destination. The next thing to consider is soap. This is what you can use in the shower before you head out hunting. This removes the natural scent of human and can provide you with a deeper layer of scent control. It will also help to keep your natural human scent to a minimum when you're sitting in your stand or blind. Deodorant is similar to soap. You can apply this after you shower, and it will help keep you scent-free as you hike to your hunting location. Body and shampoo gels are also the same as soap. It is more about personal preference on what you want to use. However, using shampoos are more efficient for scent control. Wipes can be similar to sprays. You can rub them on your clothes, boots, and equipment. These will remove the scent from anything you bring with you. The last thing to consider is a machine wash detergent. This helps with a deep scent-free clean on clothes. You can use this on all your hunting clothing, including jackets, thermals, pants, socks, and anything else you wear while hunting. Detergent helps you get deep-rooted smells out of your clothes. Choosing a scent killer. When choosing a scent killer, there are 3 things you need to consider. 1. Price. 2. Versatility. 3. Type. Finding a scent killer that matches your specific needs is key to a successful hunt. So, let's look at these 3 areas in greater detail to help you find the right scent killer for your hunting needs. Consider exactly how much you want to spend to completely control your scent while hunting. The types of products listed above can range from $10 to $40, depending on the item. Just keep in mind that expensive isn't always better. Check out reviews and talk to employees at your outfitter to find the right product for your price range. In addition to price, you'll also need to consider how versatile a product is. Can it only be used for deer hunting, or can it work for all types of game animals? Does it only work on a specific material or fabric? The more versatile a product is, the more you are getting for your money. When it comes to basing your decision on type, you'll need to consider the type of hunting you'll be doing. If you mostly do bow hunting, then you want to take every possible precaution to completely cover your scent. You never know how close an animal may come to you, and you don't want to risk them catching your scent. If you do most of your hunting with a rifle at longer range, then it may not be as crucial for you to work on scent control. Another helpful hunting item to consider purchasing is game calls. There are certain species and types of hunting when these work best. Calls. Game calls have been around for many years. Some of the most common game calls are used for moose, turkeys, ducks, and geese. However, many other specifics of animals can be attracted through calls. There are a wide variety of calls that allow you to target the majority of game species. Consider the 4 basic types of calls you may need for hunting. 1. Position calls are used to indicate the location of other animals. These work for turkey or elk. In addition to indicating position, these calls can also help put animals at ease. 2. Distress calls can indicate to prey species that a trap food source is nearby. These calls are best when hunting fox, coyote, lynx, or bobcat. 3. Aggression calls are best used to hunt elk during rut season, since they present a challenge to other mating bulls. You can also rattle antlers when hunting deer, since it imitates 2 rutting bucks in a fight. For moose hunting, you can rake branches with moose scapulas to mimic the sound of a bull moose walking through the brush. 4. Mating calls can duplicate the mating activity and include a number of species. If legal in your area, calls can be most effective when combined with attractants or lures. Trail cameras. As a hunter, you can also use trail cameras as a way to locate and prepare for a hunt. Let's look at what you need to know about trail cameras and their use in hunting. Before the trail camera, hunters needed to do most of their scouting on foot. You could only guess about the location of certain animals by studying signs around you. Trail cameras are a piece of technology that allows hunters to be in more than one place at a time. Using trail cameras is easy. Hanging a camera allows you to see what animals are using an area and to gain valuable details about the animals. The key to trail cameras is posting them in a place where animals pass close enough to trigger the lens. It is best to place your trail cameras near water sources, heavily used game trails, and natural funnels due to topographic features. The benefits of trail cameras. Not only can you get a valuable insight about the size, quantity, location, and timing of animals in your hunting area with a trail camera, but you'll also get other benefits as well. In addition to photos of your target animal, you'll also get photos of incidental species as well. It can also give you advance notice if there are trespassers or poachers in your area. Many hunters use trail cameras during the off-season. If you do this, just make sure you remember that the animals on the camera may not be around in a few months. To get the best insights from a trail camera, you'll need to constantly monitor the areas, so you have an accurate idea of what's going on as hunting season draws near. During hunting season, a single camera can be packed with your other hunting gear. You can set up the camera near any fresh signs or near a prospective hunting location to see if anything happens. Before using a trail camera during hunting season, you should check your state's hunting regulations. Montana has banned the use of trail cameras during hunting season, and other states are likely to start following with similar laws. Setting up and testing cameras. After setting up a trail camera, you need to test it before you leave. Walk in front of the camera to ensure it will trigger at different distances. Then review the photos to make sure the unit is functioning properly. Move any loose branches near the camera to ensure they don't trigger the camera. You should also try to point a camera due north in order to reduce glare from the sun. If there are cattle in the area, then you want to make sure you secure the camera out of reach. Cattle are known to rub trees, and this can impact your trail cameras. Vandalism and theft. When setting up trail cameras on private land, they are often safe from theft, but theft and vandalism of cameras on public land is highly common. You can purchase a locking kit for your trail cameras to prevent people from stealing them. However, this won't protect the cameras from vandalism. The best deterrent to vandalism is to camouflage your cameras and only use them in places where they are unlikely to be discovered by other people walking in the area. Another thing to consider before you head out hunting is whether you need a blind or a stand. Blinds and stands. Types of stands. Tree stands. When it comes to tree stands, you have the choice of homemade or permanent stands. It is a good idea to avoid tree stands made of wood, since these can deteriorate over time and become unsafe. Wood platforms can also become slick in rain, snow, or icy conditions, as well as when moss collects on the stand. Permanent stands can also damage the tree you attach it to. Fixed or hang-on stands can be attached to trees at any height. These stands consist of a platform and seat, as well as straps and/or chains to attach the stand to a tree. These stands will reduce your movement and require ladders or steps for access. When attaching these stands, make sure the straps or chains are secure and tight. Otherwise, they can slip when weight is applied. When installing or removing a fixed stand, as well as when you climb into and out of a tree, you should use a climbing or lineman's belt. Never use a tree limb to support your weight. Limbs can break unexpectedly and lead to a serious fall. Test the stand to ensure it's secure before climbing. Never use nails or spikes to attach wood steps to the tree. You should also approve screw-in steps, since they are more dangerous than other climbing aids. In some states, these steps are also illegal. Make sure you know the local laws before setting up your tree stand. Self-climbing stands. This option is highly portable and offers you a range of styles to choose from. You can carry these like a backpack into the backwoods and use them in different locations depending on your hunting conditions. When installing these in a tree, use a push-down, pull-up method. In order to operate these stands, you need to practice and become proficient at ground level before using them when hunting. A safety strap is needed when climbing with the stand, so you should avoid trees with loose or peeling bark. To get into the tree, you stand on the bottom platform and pull the seat section up to waist level. You then sit on the seat and raise the bottom platform up to the bottom of the seat section. You then repeat this action until you achieve your desired height. Before leaving the ground, make sure you attach your FAS/FBH to the tree. Attach standing and seating platforms in a slightly upward position to compensate for the narrowing tree trunk. Connect standing and seating platforms together to prevent them from separating and leaving you stranded. Move the tree belt anchorage with you as you move up or down. Never hurry. Take short and distinct movements to ensure you have a good grip before moving further. Ladder stand. These stands are easier to enter and exit due to the ladder, but you may need up to 3 people to install and secure it properly to a tree. These stands can range from 12 to 16 feet in height and is ideal when you are hunting on well-established game trails. Ladder stands often have a small seat and platform that fits one hunter. There are other stands that can be large enough to fit 2 hunters. You can add a skirt to these stands to help conceal movement, or a bar that you can use as a gun rest. Before climbing to the platform, make sure you secure the ladder stand with crisscross straps, standoff brackets, or other secure means. Ensure ladder sections are securely attached to each other through retainer pins, clips, or other secure devices. If needed, have someone help you install or remove ladder stands. Never try to install or remove it yourself, and always follow the manufacturer's instructions. When climbing ladders, always lean forward and maintain 3 points of contact. When you reach the top of the ladder, attach the FAS/FBH tether to the tree right away. Tower stands. These structures are freestanding, with either 4 or 3 legs depending on the manufacturer. These stands include a ladder to access the top platform with the seat attached. These stands are best suited for the edges of fields or in open areas. You'll need a strong, level, and firm base to be secured to the ground. When climbing ladders, always lean forward and maintain 3 points of contact. Advantages and disadvantages of tree stands. Advantages of tree stands. Tree stands provide you with a longer visibility range, so you can have more time to prepare a safe shot. Most animals can detect even the slightest movements, so a tree stand can allow a hunter to move more easily without being detected. The tree stand keeps a hunter's scent in the canopy, so their position isn't given away to animals on the ground. Blaze orange is visible at greater distances when in a tree stand, while the color can be blocked by brush and debris on the ground. When shooting from a tree stand, you're at a downward angle, so the bullet or arrow will impact the ground. This is helpful when hunting near buildings, since it reduces the chance of a stray bullet or arrow injuring someone. Disadvantages of tree stands. When in a tree stand, you have no protection against the wind unless you add a skirt around the platform. Some tree stands can be a heavy item to carry in and out of the woods. The process of setting up or taking down a tree stand can be noisy and potentially scare away game animals in the area. Climbing into or out of a tree stand can be more difficult if there is rain or snow. Some tree stands are so small that it can be a challenge to change position or move around comfortably. If you fall asleep in a tree stand, you're likely to suffer an accident. The majority of hunting accidents occur when people are climbing into or out of a tree stand. Tree stand placement. It is important that if you are hunting on private land, you should always first get permission to use a tree stand from the landowner. Not every tree is going to work for setting up a tree stand. This is why you want to learn more about tree stand placement in order to have success while hunting. Some of the factors you need to consider are orientation, height, and potential obstructions. The first step in placing your tree stand is to find the right tree. Ideally, you want to choose trees that are about 18 inches in diameter. These trees are strong enough to support the body weight of a hunter and also wide enough to hide your shoulders. Any thinner trees won't be able to hide your outline. It is also important that you always keep the sun on your back. The human eyes contain a lens that filters out UV light, but deer don't have the same filter. So if you know the direction a deer might approach you from, you should try to place your tree stand behind the deer and the sun. Cover is another factor to consider when looking for the ideal tree to use, since not all trees are the same. You should choose a location where you expect the deer to provide you with a good shot. Then look up at the trees around you, and you should find the sun shining on your face. Look for a tree with enough leaves and branches to hide your outline. Keep in mind that a stand which is fully covered in September could be wide open come November. It is also important to keep in mind that your tree stand doesn't change. The winds around it may change. Most expert hunters will have more than one tree stand in a season, so they can choose the one with the best wind direction for the day. However, if you are going to move to different stands in a day, you need to learn how to become efficient and quiet while hunting. You should be able to access your tree stand multiple times in a row without causing excess noise. The height of your tree stand is very important, but it is extremely important for white-tailed deer hunters. If you have a climbing deer stand that allows you to go to different heights, then you'll want to develop a strategy for each hiking area you go to. Consider the following to help you hang tree stands at the right height. When possible, place your stand as high as possible. You can improve your chance of success if you can get about a deer's line of sight, or about 15 to 20 feet. To find a height that provides you with multiple shooting lanes. As long as it's allowed, you can trim branches and foliage to improve shooting lanes. When bow hunting, measure your expected shot distance. Ideally, you want your expected shot to be between 15 and 20 yards. How to get to a tree stand. This may seem simple, and you're probably wondering why we're covering it. There are a few simple things to do when getting to a tree stand that can help your success. Always stay aware of the wind direction between your rig and stand. If it isn't favorable, look for a new spot. Find the lowest ground possible to access your stand. A ridge line may seem quick and easy, but you should always choose a path of cover over the quick and easy option. When getting to your tree stand, never cross game trails, fields, or food plots. Remember, you are leaving your scent wherever you go. Take it slow. Deer are sensitive to movement. Control your scent and move carefully to your stand to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Tree stand harnesses. A lot of hunting-related accidents occur in tree stands. Of these, most are because proper safety measures weren't followed. Make sure you use a fall arrest system, FAS, with a full body harness, FBH. Also, make sure you properly know how to use both. A FAS is a strap that attaches to the tree, and the FBH. Let's consider the type of harness options available to you. Vest harnesses. For hunters, this is the most reliable and safest option. It is very easy to use. Put it on, adjust the straps, and hook the clips. Unlike other harnesses, it straps around the shoulders, waist, and legs. If a fall occurs, the pressure is distributed across a large area of the body, which causes less injury as well as a faster recovery. Full body or parachute harnesses. This option offers the same protection as a vest harness and is just as safe. The main difference is that this option has more straps and buckles. When using this option, always triple check to ensure everything is properly secured before climbing a tree stand. Single strap harnesses. These aren't the safest option since they cause severe restriction in the chest. This means that if you fall, it will be difficult to breathe and move. When climbing a tree stand, it is always best to use a full body harness. Chest harnesses. This is also no longer a preferred option. They have the same issues as a single strap harness and shouldn't be used if there is a full body harness option. If you do suffer a fall, always follow the 3 R's. 1. Rescue. 2. Relief. 3 recover. If you don't want to use a tree stand, then your next best hunting option is to try a hunting blind. Blinds. A ground blind is a temporary structure set up just before the hunting season begins. These blinds can range in size from a single-person blind to a shed-like structure that can house up to 3 people. The advantage that a blind has over a tree stand is that a hunter can sit inside and stay hidden from the sight of game animals. A blind is highly successful if it is set up in or by known game trail lanes, on the edge of crop fields and overgrown areas. Manufactured pop-up blinds with a roof are a great option as well, because they protect you from the elements, primarily wind and rain. The main disadvantage of using a blind is that you aren't visible to other hunters. To stay safe, make sure your blind is marked with blaze orange, so other hunters know when someone is inside or nearby the blind. Maps and navigation tools. If you are hunting in territory you aren't familiar with, then you need to have maps and/or navigation tools. Even if you are on familiar ground, having these tools on hand can help you have a better understanding of the area. Today, maps come in a variety of forms and offer a wide range of information that can be very helpful to a hunter. There are 3 main categories we are going to consider, along with an explanation of how and why you should use them. Satellite images. These pictures, taken from high above, can provide you with a detailed view of the vegetation that you won't be able to get from just using topographical maps. For hunters, this is important because it can help you locate open feeding areas, thick bedding areas, natural funnels, and travel corridors. For example, knowing the exact area of a dry and brushy island in the middle of a marsh can help you know where to find the best bird hunting. You can use a program like Google to pre-scout your hunting area and get to know the land you'll be hunting in before arriving. Mark any promising-looking areas on your GPS, and then head out for a scouting trip before you start hunting. When you head out for a scouting trip, you should also bring along a laminated printout of the satellite image. You can look over the image and recall valuable details that can help you gain additional insights into the area. Topographical maps. Satellite imagery is good, but it can be difficult to discern vertical changes in the landscape. You'll get details on this information in topographical charts. For hunters, USGS quad maps that show a 1 in 24,000 scale are ideal. You can use these along with satellite imagery to get the most intimate picture of your hunting area before you even scout the area. You can also find overlay maps that allow you to combine satellite imagery along with topographical lines. If possible, choose one that even has land ownership details. The main issue with overlapping maps is that you can sometimes lose details when a map has too much information. You can easily find these maps if you want them. Simply do an internet search for custom hunting maps. You can also find this information with a GPS unit, but a paper map is often the best option since it doesn't run out of power. GPS. While it is important to know how to find your position on a map, the more convenient and faster option is to use an accurate GPS system. Many modern GPS systems have detailed topographical maps, and also land ownership information. With this information on your GPS, you won't have to worry about trespassing when tracking that prize deer. Just remember to mark your vehicle or camp so you'll be able to find your way back after tracking distant game animals. Now that you know what gear you need, It's time to put it all together. For this, you'll want to choose the ideal hunting pack for your needs. Hunting packs. All forms of hunting will require some type of hunting pack. However, backcountry hunting is a physically and mentally challenging endeavor that is also going to be very demanding on the gear you carry. In addition to hunting, you'll also need to address other concerns, such as where you'll sleep, how you'll navigate, and how to properly deal with animal carcasses when you aren't easily accessible to vehicles. This doesn't even take into account the need to worry about equipment performance. You'll need to make sure things are well maintained and working order, and that you'll be able to access them quickly when needed. Day packs. This option is useful when your hunting trip doesn't require an overnight stay. These packs need to have enough room for essentials, such as food, water, first aid kit, ammo, tools, and an extra layer of clothing. These packs should be light, durable, and weather-resistant. You also want to make sure the pack wears well on your body, since you'll spend long days hiking and sitting. If your backpack is carefully organized, you'll be able to protect yourself from finding you've left something important behind. If you are going to hunt from a vehicle or camp location, then you can choose to carry a lightweight day pack with just the basics, while keeping the rest back at your base location. In these situations, sometimes a simple fanny pack will work. In these cases, you only need something comfortable that holds the basics and protects them from the elements. Backpacks. This is an important part of backcountry gear, since it will keep everything together where you need it. This is the best option for a week-long trip into the mountains, or a day-long trip away from camp. These packs should be big enough to carry all the gear you need while being comfortable to wear all day, and configured in such a way that you can keep everything organized. There is no shortage of hunting backpacks on the market, and they all advertise themselves as being up to the task. However, not all are going to meet the requirements you are looking for. Consider 3 main things you need to consider when choosing a backpack that can stand up to all your hunting needs. The first thing you want to do is consider how well the pack fits. You want one that will evenly disperse the load throughout your torso. Most of the weight should be located on the center of your shoulders and hips. Carrying a heavy load is never comfortable, but a well-fitted pack can reduce the level of discomfort. Second, when choosing a backpack, you want to test it with weight in it. It is best to test it with about 40 pounds. It is best to use actual gear if possible, so you can also get a good fit. Just adding weight can provide you with a false fit. Pack fitting tips. When you want to properly fit your pack, you should first start by loosening all adjustable load-bearing straps. Next, find your hip crest. This is the nub that sticks out above your pelvis. Center the hip belt on this nub, then buckle the belt and tighten until it's firm. Next, tighten the shoulder straps until they are snug and bearing some weight. If you find that there is space between your shoulders and the strap, then you have a pack that is too long for your torso. You may need to shorten the pack if it is adjustable, or try a different pack. Lastly, locate the load lifter straps that hang between your shoulders and the top of the pack. Tighten these down until you have a natural balance point and everything feels evenly dispersed. There are some tips that will help you be more comfortable on the trail. First, make sure the dense and heavy gear is centered on the lower third of the pack, closest to your lumbar spine. This would be things like tents, water jugs, food or game meat bags. After loading these items, you can wedge them into place with smaller items, clothes or your sleeping bag. It is important that you keep things centered. If your balance is off just a little, then you run the risk of pulling a muscle, injuring a joint, or causing knee damage. Next, you can organize the rest of the pack based on your individual needs. Always consider where to put things you'll need quick access to. You want easy access to the following items: rain jacket, water, sunglasses, multi-tool, GPS or maps. Things like extra socks or game bags can be tucked away where they aren't in the way of essentials. Every individual has their own unique needs. Try out different packing styles until you find one that works for you. Tips for large loads. There are two main ways to get a heavy pack on your back. Either strap the pack on while sitting, and then use your hands and knees to push to a stand. The other option is to hold both straps and lift the pack until the bottom rests on your bent knee. Then quickly slide one arm through and swing the load onto your back. When moving with this much weight on your back, be very careful. Your knees and ankles are the most vulnerable, especially if you're going downhill. The human body will automatically move slower and more deliberately. Don't try to push your body. Carrying a large load is something you want to take your time with. You may also want to consider using hiking poles. These will reduce joint stress by 30% and help with stability to avoid blowing out your knees and ankles. Now that you have everything ready, you've reached the important part of finding a place to hunt. Finding land to hunt on. Everyone wants the ideal place to hunt. Finding this ideal place isn't as hard as you may think. With plenty of public and private land choices, you can find the ideal place to hunt with just a few basic tools and resources. Let's look at how you can find a place to hunt. Finding public hunting land. Finding a place to hunt on public land is often a little easier than private land, unless you want to pay for a hunting lease. When it comes to public land, the first thing you need to consider is how far you want to travel to reach your hunting destination. Create an area known as your home range. Then you can search within this area for public land parcels. Often, you'll see U.S. Forest Service lands marked as green on maps, and public state lands marked as a shade of blue. Once you've found a few areas of public land that you find suitable for hunting, you can look into any license requirements and restrictions. This would be things such as the length and time of hunting seasons, tag pricing, draw deadlines, and contact information for state wildlife agencies. The most important information is the state wildlife agency contact information. This is because the next step you need to take after finding public land and verifying requirements is to contact these state agencies to get valuable information. They will be able to provide you with statistics on the animals taken in the area, what special permits may be required, and the best points of access to help you have as successful a hunt as possible. When you are looking for public lands to hunt on, don't forget to check out lands that may be managed by smaller branches of the federal government, such as National Wildlife Refuges. These are overseen by the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife. Another source of public land hunting is the Bureau of Land Management, or BLM. Throughout the United States, the BLM is responsible for 43 million acres of elk habitat, 131 million acres of mule deer habitat, and 23 million acres of bighorn sheep habitat. Most BLM lands are open to hunting. Public land is a part of the country's collective outdoor heritage and has been for a long time. Hunters have long fought for the right to access a wide range of public lands. Hunting on public lands does require you to be more creative in your effort and approach. There are 6 tips you want to follow to have a successful hunt on public lands. Share the land with others. About 28% of the total land mass for the United States is owned by the federal government. The majority of these are overseen by the BLM, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Park Service, NPS, the U.S. Forest Service, USFS, and the Department of Defense, DoD. 9% of the total landmass is owned by state and local governments. This means there are plenty of public land opportunities for hunting. If you are going to hunt on public land, it is important to know who is overseeing that area. You also want to keep in mind that you aren't alone when you hunt on public land. According to a 2017 study, nearly 40% of the population of the United States participated in wildlife-related activities. So when hunting on public land, you are taking part in a shared activity. This is a fact that can't be stressed enough. Even if you don't see others or encounter vehicles, you should always assume that you are sharing the land with others. If you do see evidence of other people, this doesn't mean you need to find somewhere else to hunt. In fact, hunting where other people are hunting can be an advantage. Just keep in mind that not all public land is open to hunting. So you need to contact the organization responsible for the land and ask the appropriate questions. Make sure you do your research carefully on the location you plan to hunt. Know your boundaries. When hunting public lands, it is important to know your boundaries. In addition to finding potential areas in advance, you also want to make sure you stay within the boundaries during your entire time hunting. You want to be confident you are running the risk of trespassing while hunting. When you hunt on public land that borders private lands, you'll be able to increase your chances of a successful hunt. Since animals face increased pressure from larger numbers of hunters on public land, they will often move to private lands. If you can catch the animals before they cross over to private land, then you can increase your chances of a successful hunt. You may also want to consider smaller pieces of public land. These are often overlooked by hunters and other outdoor enthusiasts since they aren't deemed big enough to present options. No matter what size of land you find people, you want to find possible access points and try to find one that isn't used by a lot of people. Hunt based on habitat. Animals have the same basic needs as humans. They need to find food, water, and cover. If you find these areas on public land, then you'll have increased odds of finding animals to hunt. The one thing you may not find a lot on public land is a food source. Deer and elk are often attracted to destination food sources like a planted field, and then they head for a protected bedding area in the evening. If you can find a path between these two areas, then you'll have a great chance of finding something to hunt. On the other hand, water is very abundant on public lands. Deer especially want to drink water as often as possible. Large bucks will require 3 to 5 quarts of water a day, and often they drink several times a day to meet this requirement. If you find a good source of water, you should set up and wait. Just keep in mind that deer, elk, and other game animals don't need a large source of water and can often do with just a puddle. Also, make sure you look for a water source that is near to a good habitat and cover area. As we discussed earlier, using aerial and hybrid maps is a great way to locate a place where food, water, and cover come together with an easy access point for you. Set up early, hike deeper, stay later, go further. These are all things about you that you can change in order to have a successful hunt. A lot of research has been done to determine how far a hunter needs to go on public land to have success. For example, white-tailed deer hunters typically need to go about 1 mile from the closest road or trail. Elk tend to stay about 2 miles or so from roads. When hunting on public lands, you want to get up early and make sure you are the first one to a location. However, if you don't want to wake up early, then you may want to hike an extra 5 miles a day to get away from the crowds. With some creativity and access, you'll be able to find a good hunting spot. For example, consider packing in a small paddle boat to help you get to a remote spot. Many other hunters won't go through the trouble of accessing out-of-the-way hunting areas. Try out a draw. This is simple math. You can increase your chances of a successful hunt by getting tags that many others don't. The odds of a draw will depend on a variety of things, but when you learn the system and apply by the deadline, then you'll be able to enjoy extra benefits. You can increase your chances of getting a draw by including the following: residency, species, weapon, GMU/hunting district. Pack out responsibly. A major issue in the wild is chronic wasting disease, CWD. This condition is fatal for deer and has no cure or vaccine. What's more is that the deer can be entirely healthy and still have CWD. The best way to prevent CWD spread is to avoid moving high-risk parts such as eyes, brain, spleen, lymph nodes, or spinal column. Finding private land for hunting. If you've ever spent time in the morning looking for a parking spot, or had to switch your favorite area of hunting due to large crowds, then you may be excited about the prospect of finding private land to hunt on. Having access to private hunting land is like getting a golden hunting ticket. Finding private land to hunt on is more challenging than public land, but not impossible. Consider a few tips to help you get started. The first thing you need to do is find public access to private land. Nearly 20 states have programs that allow hunters access to landowners' property in exchange for incentives or cash from state agencies. When it comes to private lands, most people think of homeowners, but there are other sources of private lands to consider. Perhaps the largest private landowner in the United States is a lumber company, and they are also more likely to allow hunting access to their properties. In addition, timberlands that have been logged in the past 12 years make for some of the best hunting, and it gets even better if they border farmland. Any private land is open to hunting. All you need to do is ask the landowner. If you find a section of private land that looks good for hunting, reach out to the landowner and find out what they want to do. Another thing to consider is national parks. It is possible to hunt in national parks, but the situation is complicated. About 75, or 419, National Park Service units allow some type of recreational or tribal hunting. This may not seem like a large number, but these 75 units account for 60% of national park land in the United States. Hunting in national parks. There is a common myth that hunting isn't allowed in national parks. And as you can see from the Department of the Interior, there is a lot of land available for hunting. Since a part of the NPS mission is to conserve natural and historic objects and wildlife, it is easy to see how this myth has developed. However, the NPS also gains billions of revenue that goes towards conservation from the sale of licenses, federal duck stamps, and excise taxes on hunting ammunition and equipment. So the truth is that hunters do have access to NPS land to hunt. In 2019, The NPS was ordered to examine all current regulations for hunting and fishing since they were more strict than state game laws. While the analysis is still ongoing, new rules have been put into effect to make hunting easier on federal lands. Hunting in national parks certainly will require additional licenses and permissions. You will also have to follow strict seasons, limits, and access points. The first step in hunting on national park lands is to contact that park directly to get any information, brochures, and permit applications. Just keep in mind that national parks don't close to the public during hunting seasons, so you'll need to be aware that you are sharing park lands with non-hunters. Choosing a campsite. Hunting has long been considered a recreational sport. In addition to the excitement of hunting, you can also relax at your campsite. When it comes to choosing a hunting campsite, there are a few things you want to keep in mind. Choosing the wrong site can not only ruin your hunting experience, but can actually be dangerous. Let's look at what you need to consider to choose the right hunting campsite. Plan in advance and arrive early. In many countries and states, hunting is regulated. This means that when you register your hunting trip, you'll need to indicate your preferred campsite location. You want to choose a location nearest to your desired game animal, but not too close, especially when hunting dangerous game like bears or mountain lions. It is best to camp around a 3-mile radius of your game animal in order to stay out of sight and smell distance. You also want to make sure you get to your campsite at first light, so you can get the best choice of location. Also, setting up camp first thing in the morning will ensure you stay fresh after setting up, and you'll have time to handle any delays that come up when setting up camp. Choose a location based on terrain. When choosing a hunting campsite, you want to consider not only the location of your campsite, but the surrounding terrain as well. You should choose a slightly higher ground and avoid slopes at your campsite. You can choose to set up near a water source, but it is best to set your tent some distance from the water since you don't know what lives in this area. If you are setting up your camp near a tree or under it, then you should check for dead branches, beehives, anthills, and large animal activities near the tree. Look for claw marks on the tree and animal droppings around the area. Camping under a tree can be a great idea in the summer to keep your tent cool. Consider weather conditions. Before choosing a hunting campsite, you want to check local weather conditions. If the area is prone to sudden flooding, you should camp at a higher location. At the same time, if you want to hunt in the winter, then you need to set your camp up in a location without the risk of an avalanche. Keeping a fire going is one way to keep wild animals from wandering into your camp. Choosing the right hunting campsite is highly important if you want to enjoy your time hunting. Knowing where other hunters are is respectful and important to avoid getting hit by stray bullets when hunting in open areas. Lastly, make sure you camp sensibly and clean up when you leave so others can enjoy nature as well. Protect the environment by making sure your fire is out before leaving. Once you have a place to hunt, you should also consider the best times to hunt. Best time to hunt deer. Many hunters consider it a rite of passage to sit in a tree stand or blind from sunrise to sunset, waiting for a deer or other game animal. However, this doesn't have to be the case. If you understand the best hunting times, then you can have more success than others. Knowing the best hunting times gives you more confidence when in the field and increases your chances of success. You want to find times when animals are on the move. White-tailed deer are crepuscular. This means they are most active in twilight hours. However, this doesn't mean they aren't only active at dawn or dusk. Animals that are crepuscular can also be active on moonlight nights, overcast days, or when hunting competition or pressure causes it. When in a natural state, deer will only move in the mornings and late evenings. This is why success in the field means knowing what conditions and natural patterns can impact deer. We'll look at some of the most important ones. Deer move in order to satisfy their basic needs of food, water, safety, and breeding. Deer tend to move at odd times of day and night. To do this, we need to break down and explore why deer are looking for their basic needs and how this can be used to benefit your hunting. Cover, safety, and sleep. Deer use cover for both bedding and to feel safe from predators. They are partial to thick cover during the day to stay hidden. Bucks, in particular, will have 3 to 5 beds that they use throughout the year. At night, deer choose to bed in an area that uses the prevailing winds and thermals. Bucks don't need sleep all night. They get up and feed. A common pattern is sleeping for 30 seconds to several minutes, but no longer than 10 minutes. This is then followed by brief periods of being alert and standing or stretching every 30 minutes or so. On the other hand, does tend to bed nearer to water. In the fall, bucks will look for high ground that makes it easy to move around. Deer are also creatures of habit, so when they find good bedding, they'll continue to use them until they are pressured to leave or it's rut season. The best time to hunt deer near their bedding area is to watch the weather and know where a deer's food source is in relation to their bedding area. A warm morning forecast, followed by a very cold night, is ideal. In this weather, deer will stay bedded longer when it's cold, but as the day warms up quickly, the deer will move to warmer and sunnier spots. Also, the first priority for deer after sleeping is to find food. So if you can position yourself near their travel route, you'll find yourself in the right place at the right time. Food, water, and frequency. Another important part of deer and deer hunting is food. Most of the daytime activity for deer is centered around feeding habits, and knowing this can help you locate them. Deer feed about 5 times a day, and usually among 3 food types. They often won't eat plants down to the ground. Rather, they nibble and eat the most palatable or nutritious parts of the plants. This is known as selective foraging, and later they will regurgitate and chew their cud. This means the deer will move around to different food sources. Deer will eat in staging areas over big food plots, especially if they feel pressured in an area. These areas are small pockets of land that offer a good supply of food and are often located somewhere between their bedding area and other major sources of food. Mature deer will wait until night to head to major food plots, and they often won't take a direct route. Deer are animals of habit, and they will maintain a regular feeding schedule of eating during the day, afternoon, and night, unless they are influenced by pressures or other things like rut. When hunting deer around their feeding schedule, it is best to do it 1 hour before dark. This feeding often occurs at a source that is between their daytime and nighttime bedding spots. It is best to find a position to catch them as they move to their food source, at their food source, or as they move to their night spots. White-tailed bucks tend to have at least 1 bed near water. Since deer drink so much in a day, they need to be near a water source several times a day. Deer can often go longer without water since they get a lot of their water needs from the food they eat. Some think they can hunt near water sources on hot days, but keep in mind that deer move less in hot weather, since they will want to conserve energy. So on hot days, it is best to look for smaller water sources closer to popular bedding areas. The rut, moon, and heat. These are the areas that will disrupt a deer's routine based on biological, meteorological, and lunar factors. Even with these changing factors, you can predict a deer to some extent. You will be able to pin down where a deer is when they are in rut, when it's hot, or based on the moon phases. Most deer won't move during the day when it's hot, but bucks will when in rut. During rutting season, a hunt can turn successful at any hour of the day. Bucks looking to mate will travel great distances to find does. During these days and weeks, bucks will even eat or drink less. During the rut, you'll have a lot of flexibility to find the best time to hunt a buck. The best thing to do at these times is to fall back on your preseason scouting and get out when you know the deer frequent the area. Hunting early in the season is often hotter. In the first several weeks of the season, the best time to hunt is the last 2 hours of the evening. Deer spend more time feeding at night when there are warm mornings and hot days. By dawn, deer are bedded down and are often less active in the daytime hours. As the cooler evenings develop, deer start to move around in search of food and water. Mid-season hunting is just before the rut is in full spring. At this time, the best hunting time is the first 45 minutes of light in the morning. This is when you catch the bucks heading back to their bedding after feeding all night, or if others get up for their nighttime bedding. If nights are cold and the mornings are warm, the deer will be getting up and getting more active. Bucks feed at this time to store energy in preparation for the breeding season. There is a lot of debate over moonlight. One study found that deer move mostly at dawn or dusk, no matter what the moon phase. Other studies have found that there is a slight increase in movement during midday when there is a full moon. Yet, another study found that deer movements are greatest in the late afternoon during the last quarter moon and greatest during dawn hours with new moon. It all comes down to the fact that the moon only causes minor variances with no major increase in deer movement. Other impacts on deer movement. A lot of deer biology will factor into what causes them to move, but it is important to know that humans cause factors that can impact deer movement. Deer prefer not to mix with humans whenever possible. During hunting season, you should have a working knowledge of where people are going to be hunting so you can know where deer are least likely to be. Avoid easy access points, since this is where a lot of beginning hunters head. Finding an alternative access point is a great advantage. If you find yourself in the same spot and not seeing deer, then they are likely aware of your presence and have changed their daily patterns. Also, pay attention to the hunting activities of others around you. Do most people hunt on weekends? Do people hunt more in the evening or mornings? How do the deer react when other hunters show up? Often deer take up to 5 days to become comfortable with human presence in order to return to a hunting area once they've been chased from the area. Lastly, you need to consider motorized travel. This can be disruptive to deer and impact their movement patterns. So consider what other hunters are doing to get to their hunting grounds. Many hunters look toward electric transportation, but this can impact the deer in the area. Once you know where and when to hunt, you're almost ready to head out. Another area you need to consider is hunting safety. Safely handling firearms. Many hunting-related accidents happen when hunters act careless or forget basic rules like firearm safety. The following are some of the most common incident reports. pointing a firearm muzzle at someone, not identifying targets carefully and/or the area beyond a target, not keeping the finger out of the trigger guard and off the trigger until prepared to shoot, handling a firearm carelessly and assuming it is unloaded, stumbling or falling while carrying a loaded firearm, falls while climbing into or out of a tree stand, choosing a fence while assuming a firearm is unloaded, jumping over a creek or ditch while carrying a loaded firearm, driving a motorized vehicle with a loaded firearm, aiming out of a safe fire zone into another hunter's zone. You can avoid these common mistakes by following the rules of firearm safety. Let's consider what these rules are so you are prepared to follow them. What is a firearm safety? All firearms have a safety. This is a mechanical device that can prevent a firearm from discharging when it is engaged. The safety works by stopping the firing pin from hitting the primer. There are a variety of styles of safeties and are often based on the manufacturer. We'll consider the four most common types of safeties. Just keep in mind that a safety is a mechanical device that can fail. While it is important to know how a safety works and how to properly use it, safeties aren't a substitute for basic firearm safety. So always keep your gun pointed in a safe direction. Types of safeties. A push-button safety is often located on the trigger guard. It prevents the trigger or the hammer once it is engaged. Often these have a visible red band when the safety is off. A slide safety has two operational positions. While in the on position, there is often a green-colored dot or the letter S, and it blocks the firing mechanism on both rifles and shotguns. In the off position, there is often a red-colored dot or the letter F, and it enables the firing of a cartridge or shot shell. Some shotgun models have a tang safety that is engaged while the letter S is visible on the top and back of the receiver. A lever or pivot safety is either located on the bolt or just behind the bolt handle on the frame of the receiver. This safety blocks the firing pin when it's engaged. Some firearms will have three positions with this safety. The back position towards you doesn't allow the bolt to be opened, and the weapon won't fire. The middle position allows the bolt to be cycled, but the weapon still can't be fired. The forward position is considered off, and the weapon can be fired. Other safeties only come with two positions, on and off. These safeties are marked with green or red dots, or an F for fire and an S for safe. The hammer or half-cock safety is less common than the previously listed safeties. It is often found on lever-action and break-action firearms or antique and replica firearms. In the half-cock position, the hammer doesn't rest on the firing pin, and the trigger becomes locked. Once the hammer is pulled all the way back to the cocked position, then the firearm can be fired. Be sure to check the owner's manual, since some features are only safe when the hammer is in the fully forward position. With these safeties, make sure you have full control of the hammer, so it doesn't slip from your grasp, since you'll need to pull the trigger in order to move the hammer from the full to half-cock position. Misfires. There are many reasons why weapon misfires can happen, but the most common causes are the following. If any of these misfires occur, you should keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. Wait for about 30 seconds before unloading the firearm, and then take it for inspection and repair. Never look down the barrel of a loaded firearm. A misfire happens when the trigger is pulled, but the weapon doesn't fire. These can result from a defective primer that doesn't ignite the powder charge or a weak firing pin. Squib load or pop fire. This occurs when the trigger is pulled and you only hear a slight pop but don't have any recoil. This is often the result of not having a powder charge in the shot shell or cartridge. Hang fire. This occurs when the trigger is pulled and there is a delay in firing. This is often caused by a temporary failure of the primer in order to ignite the powder charge. Safety protocols. There may be times when you are hunting and find yourself with other hunters to your left and right. In these situations, you need to know your zone of fire for proper safety. To determine your safe zone of fire, you should hold your arms out in front of you at a 45-degree angle. Looking forward, the area in front of you starts out small and gets larger the further you go. The zone of fire is the space between your outstretched hands and arms. Never swing your firearm muzzle outside of this zone. If you do, there is a risk that you'll be pointing your muzzle at another hunter. Whenever you pick up a firearm, treat it as if it is loaded. Open the action and check to see if there is ammunition. Don't accept a firearm from another hunter unless it is unloaded and the action is open. Always keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. You have the responsibility to control the muzzle and ensure it is always pointed in a safe direction. This rule should be followed at all times, even when unloaded or in a protective case. When you follow this rule at all times, you won't have to worry about injuring someone else or damaging property. When you do point your firearm, you want to be sure of your target, as well as what's in front of it and beyond it. Safety requires you to make good decisions. Always identify your target and make sure it is legal and ethical to shoot before you put your finger into the trigger guard and onto the trigger. If you hear something approaching, remain calm and take a deep breath. Ensure you aren't mistaking another hunter for a game animal. Remember that once you pull the trigger, you can't recall the bullet. When shooting a firearm, make sure there is a good backstop. Be aware that things like rocks and water can cause a ricochet, sending the bullet in an unexpected direction. You should also avoid shooting towards the top of a hill. Proper safety requires that you always protect the trigger on your weapon. Move your finger inside the trigger guard and onto the trigger, only after you have identified your target along with what's in front and behind the target. An obstruction can occur when debris gets into a firearm barrel. This obstruction will block the path of the bullet and cause injury to your firearm or you. If you feel there is an obstruction in your barrel, you should unload the firearm and clean the barrel. When traveling to your hunting spot, always keep the action open on the weapon. The weapon should also be unloaded and in a protective case. You should only load your firearm when you're ready to start hunting. Even then, make sure you only disengage the mechanical safety when you have a target sighted. From there, make sure you only point the muzzle at something you intend to shoot. Never joke while holding a firearm. Also, never use a scope on your firearm as binoculars and maintain control over where your firearm is pointed. Lastly, don't use the barrel of the firearm as a pointer to show someone else where to go. Anytime you need to run, jump, or climb, you should first unload your firearm. This includes jumping a ditch, climbing a tree, or crossing a fence. Never hold a weapon towards you by the muzzle end. After you are done moving, inspect the firearm to ensure there is no damage before you reload. Make sure all firearms are stored safely. Never store them near children or careless adults. Never handle weapons when you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs. A firearm should only be handled when you are in full control of your body. Firearm carries. When carrying your firearm in the field, the number of hunters around you in the terrain will help you determine the safest way to carry your firearm. Two-hand carry. This carry gives you the best control of the firearm. One hand is on the grip, and the other is on the forearm. This is also sometimes known as the ready carry, since the firearm can be shouldered quickly. This carry also provides you with the best control over the muzzle. Shoulder carry. This carry is best when using a break-action firearm. One hand is placed on the barrel, while the action is open and resting on the shoulder. This carry is best when walking long distances and allows for good control over the muzzle. Rifles have a different type of shoulder carry. One hand is on the grip, while the barrel rests on the shoulder, and the muzzle points behind you. This carry should only be done if you are sure there is no one behind you. Trail carry. This carry should only be done when there is no one in front of you. Hold the stock with one hand just in front of the action. Make sure the muzzle is in front of you and always pointed away from you. This positions the muzzle towards the ground, but doesn't give you much control of the firearm. Ensure the muzzle doesn't hit the ground, and if it does, you should check the barrel for an obstruction. Cradle carry. For this carry, place the firearm across your chest and rest the action in the bend of your arm. Grasp the butt of the firearm with your other hand or cover the trigger guard. This is a comfortable carry choice. If you are walking with another hunter, then you should make sure both muzzles are pointed in a safe direction. Sling carry. This carry uses a sling attachment on some firearms. Make sure the sling fits properly when you attach it, and place the rifle over your shoulder while grasping the sling in your hand. This is a great carry option if you are going to be traveling long distances. Just keep in mind that if you bend over, the muzzle is then going to be pointed in front of you. Elbow carry. With this carry, place the butt for the firearm in your armpit and follow the forearm to rest on your arm. The muzzle is pointed down and in front. This is another comfortable carry, but it doesn't give you great control of the muzzle. Remember that whenever you turn, the muzzle will follow you. Glassing. You should learn how to glass in order to become a more complete and competent hunter. The following glassing tips will help you develop your skills so you can put them into practice the next time you start your hunting season. Hunters that are proficient and capable are ones who practice and develop individual skills that translate into successful hunts in the field. Some of these skills are obvious, such as spending time at the range learning how to shoot. However, there are other skills that people don't think about or take the time to practice. One of these areas is glassing. What is glassing? Glassing is a term for spotting game at a distance from a stationary position through the aid of binoculars or a spotting scope. This allows hunters to closely observe areas of interest with a lower risk of revealing themselves to the game animals. Once you have identified a potential harvest, you can close the distance to the shooting range. Glassing equipment. As a hunter, you likely already have the equipment you need to glass, since you only really need binoculars or a spotting scope. There are some additional items you can consider to make your glassing sessions more comfortable and productive. As your budget allows, consider purchasing the following glassing equipment. The right tool for the job is often a pair of 10-time magnification binoculars. As with other equipment, you get what you pay for when it comes to binoculars. Higher-priced binoculars are going to give you a crisper image while capturing more light so you can see more clearly and maintain better viewing abilities when faced with low light conditions. A spotting scope is a more specialized tool for glassing. This works for extremely long distances, or when you need to view things in greater detail, such as determining the size or legality of an animal. A tripod allows you to steady your spotting scope and makes the process of glassing more comfortable. A tripod allows you to get a clear view while having less fatigue than holding binoculars to your face. Lastly, consider a seat pad. This is another piece of equipment that can give you more detail and comfort. Choosing a glassing location. There are a lot of factors to consider when choosing the best glassing spot. This includes things like time of day, wind direction, sun position, and expected animal behavior. The best location for glassing will have as many of the following as possible. Unobstructed views of the areas where you plan to see your target game animals. The ability to close distance when you need to make a move on a game animal. Close proximity to additional glassing spots if you need or want to move. An appropriate backdrop to avoid skylining yourself. Choosing a location before your hunt is very important, and there are 2 ways to do this. First, you can scout from the ground in the off-season. Take photos of potential locations and plan your routes to reduce travel time and route hazards. The other option is to use maps to scout remote areas without having to hike the ground. When you arrive at hunting time, you'll have a picture of the landscape and a plan on how to proceed. Consider the landscape. If it is your first time arriving at a glassing spot and you've prepared for a long session, you may be overwhelmed with the amount of ground in front of you to cover. The best option is to divide the landscape into a series of manageable sections before you start to glass. Consider the following order. Open areas that allow you to identify game animals, or large areas where you can eliminate landscapes that don't have animals. Opening edges that warrant a closer look. Brushy areas and small openings. Densely covered areas that may require more time. You can also choose to break down the landscape in a grid pattern before moving your binoculars in a horizontal pass to cover the area. However, with this approach, you can miss obvious animals, so make sure you slow down and take a closer look at any likely spots. Keep in mind that not all grounds are likely to hold game animals. The specifics of a plan have less impact than establishing a plan in the first place, so you'll need to determine what works for you. Try the grid pattern, but know what other options are available. Additional glassing tips. Use your eyes first. Before you pick up your binoculars, you should pick apart the landscape and give everything a good look with your naked eye. This can also help you to avoid scaring nearby game animals, but it will also help you build your plan for prioritizing when you glass later. Slow down and take your time to examine things more closely. If you aren't using a tripod, you should find a way to stabilize. Use your body by looping a few fingers over the brim of your hat or resting your elbows on your knees. When glassing, make sure you look for more than just animals. Look for other signs of animals, such as antlers or patches of fur. Changing your perspective can often make all the difference. Set up waypoints. Place a waypoint exactly where you see an animal, and then take a picture of this area. You can easily lose track of animals when they start to move, and this can help you find your place when you get turned around. Lastly, use the line distance tool. Measure distances to landmarks and terrain features. This can help you develop a plan for closing the distance in different directions before you need to move. This way, you'll be ready when the time comes. Now that you are ready, It's time to look at the important part, the hunt itself. Hunting tips. The 4 principles. There are 4 principles to hunting that you need to know and follow. Respect yourself. Before you go on a hunt, make sure you prepare and plan well. A part of this is learning all you can about the game animals you want to hunt. A part of this is knowing and understanding why bag limits exist and adhering to them. You also want to know and respect the legal seasons that exist for the game animals you're hunting. Show this by carrying your hunting license and requiring game tags with you whenever you're hunting. Prepare for the hunting season by practicing marksmanship so you can cleanly and swiftly harvest game animals. Practice and follow safe firearm handling rules as we've discussed above. Never do drugs or drink alcohol while hunting or handling weapons. Always keep in mind that the enjoyment of the hunt is the most important thing over the amount of game you're able to harvest. Respect others. Before the season officially begins, you should start by asking for permission to hunt on the land you want to use. Then spend time getting to know the landowner before the season starts. Follow any requests or instructions from the landowner on where you can hunt and treat their land as if it were your own. Ensure you leave all gates and fences as you find them, unless the landowner directs you otherwise. Offer the landowner some of the game you harvested if they want. If possible, offer to help the landowner with minor upkeep and tasks, such as fixing fences and wood cutting. If there are others hunting near you, then avoid interfering as much as possible. Share your knowledge with those new to hunting. Avoid using crude behavior or foul language. Avoid displaying your harvested game animals in order to avoid offending non-hunters who might be in the area. Make sure you dispose of game animal entrails in a way that is mindful of the public. Responsibility for actions. Don't ignore any violations you may notice while out hunting. Always report violations to the appropriate authorities. Then make sure you always work and cooperate with any law enforcement officials. It is important to understand that your actions will have a direct reflection on how other people view you as a hunter and the sport as a whole. Make sure you provide a good image for the sport of hunting. If you do something wrong, openly admit to it. Know you will be held accountable for your actions. Make sure you properly field dress all harvested game animals so you don't waste any meat. If a shot is unsafe or won't produce a swift and clean game animal harvest, then pass and wait for a better shot. Respect natural resources. Always know the distance to your target and take only the fair shots. Don't shoot any game animals that are in a hard place, such as those stuck in the snow or crossing water sources. Only take humane shots. Never shoot game animals when they are accompanied by young animals who will starve without their parents. Lastly, never overhunt an area and obey any local laws. Hunting styles. There are a variety of hunting styles, and not all are effective in each situation. Your surroundings and the game animals you're hunting will require that you adapt. Some techniques work better when hunting alone, while others are best if you hunt in a group. We'll look at 2 main types of hunting, but you may need to make variations based on your specific needs. Still hunting. This is a technique in which the hunter moves slowly through a hunting area while looking for target game animals. Move slowly and frequently stop to look and listen to give you an increased chance of spotting your target game animals. This is an appropriate technique for use on rainy or windy days. Just be careful and take great care with each step. Any unfamiliar sounds can alert game animals, and this will cause them to run away if they sense danger. If you choose to still hunt, use all the trees, blowdowns, thickets, and undergrowth to your advantage to hide movement and break up your outline. Also, keep in mind which way the wind is blowing. Make sure you follow the old saying of keeping the wind on your face. If the wind is blowing against you, then your scent will be behind you, rather than into the path of the animal you're targeting. Stalking. Stalking is a process of following fresh game or animal signs. This can include fresh tracks in the dirt or leaves, scat, and or rub lines on a known game trail. If you spot a game animal in the distance, then stalking techniques help you to move closer and take a safe shot. Stalking is similar to hunting, since you need to move very slowly, face the wind, and be mindful of the noises you make. Bow hunting. Before you take a shot with a bow and arrow, you need to make sure your target is in a safe spot. Check to ensure there is a suitable backstop behind the target, like a hill or dirt pile, and that you have no potential obstructions in front of your target. When taking the shot, grasp the arrow just in front of the fletching and put the arrow on the rest. Line up the slot of the nock to ensure the fletching is in the right position for the arrow rest. Gently push the nock onto the string under the nock locator until there is a click. This is a process known as nocking the arrow. Next, look at the target and assume a shooting position. Either aim by choosing your target instinctively or by using a mechanical sight to the bow to help with reference. Pull the bowstring smoothly to a full draw and anchor the string to the anchor point. In one smooth motion, keep your bow arm steady, release the string, and hold your shooting position until the arrow reaches its target. Proper follow-through will help with your accuracy. Bow hunters practice regularly in order to maintain a high level of skill. It is best to practice in conditions similar to what you'll find in the field. Use both target arrows and those that are the same points you use for hunting. The same applies to firearms. The only way you'll become proficient with a firearm is to get trigger time. Know the capabilities and limitations of your weapon so you'll know how to place the bullets where you want them. The more time you spend with your weapon, shooting from multiple positions both at the range and while hunting, the more you'll be able to understand your weapon. Shooting basics. Shooting positions. When you are learning to shoot any type of weapon, you want to take the time to familiarize yourself with the different shooting positions, rather than only learning from a bench with sandbags at a shooting range. While benches at the range are a good idea for sighting in your rifle, you also need to explore postures and positions that you are likely to encounter while out hunting. When you take the time to practice these, you'll get an idea of what shooting positions work best at specific distances for you. Prone position. This is the steadiest of all shooting positions. In this position, your hips and legs provide you with a stable platform that supports both the firearm and your upper body. This is a comfortable position and should be practiced as one of the fundamentals of shooting. Sitting position. This is the next best position for steadiness when shooting. Crossing your legs at the ankles allows the knees to give support to the arms. However, if you hold this position for too long, then the legs can start to shake. Standing position. In this position, your arms aren't supported, so it is more difficult to take an accurate shot. This position also causes the barrel to make exaggerated movements. You can improve the situation by using a shooting stick, such as a tree or large stone. This prop will help increase the accuracy of your shot while standing. Kneeling position. This is an adapted version of the standing position. In this position, you use a rest to steady the firearm. There is less barrel movement with this position, and this will help increase the accuracy of shot placement. Handgun shooting position. Handguns are different from other firearms when it comes to how they are held when sighting a target or shooting at game animals. Handguns come with the same sight configurations as rifles. However, since handguns have a shorter barrel, there is more difficulty in getting accuracy. It is best to sight in the handgun at 25 yards and then move out to 50 yards. When you are shooting a handgun, you want to use the two-handed hold. Now that you know the fundamentals of shooting positions, you also want to practice and learn the basics of shooting a firearm to help you increase your proficiency. Fundamentals of shooting. When you become proficient at shooting a firearm, you become a marksman. In order to become a marksman, you first need to learn and then practice the fundamentals of shooting. These skills are carefully honed after years as a hunter. The basics of safe shooting fundamentals include the following. Always follow the safe handling rules for firearms, as we've already discussed. Make sure you know how to properly adjust rifle sights. Understand different types of shooting positions, as we've already discussed. Know how to point and shoot a shotgun. Know how to pattern a shotgun. Know that fundamental practice is key to safe shooting. Whether you are practicing your shots at the range or if you are in the field hunting, you should remember some key shooting fundamentals to ensure the most accurate shots possible. Practice the following. Always wear proper ear and eye protection. Always follow safety rules. Use a steady rest to improve your shot accuracy. Hold a sight picture once you obtain it. Keep your breathing steady. Take a deep breath and exhale halfway for steady breathing. Use steady pressure to squeeze the trigger. Jerking the trigger causes the sight picture to change, which causes the bullet to miss the center of the target. Once the shot is fired, continue to squeeze the trigger. If you jerk the rifle or lift your head, the shot can land off target as a result of the movement. This period is known as the follow-through. No matter what position you are taking and how much practice you've had, always ask yourself the following before taking a shot. Do you have a good rest? Are you controlling your breathing? Do you have a secure grip on the rifle? Is your grip loose enough that you aren't torquing the rifle? Where is your point of impact? Have you picked the best spot to hit? Responsible hunters know when a shot is appropriate and when it isn't. Appropriate shots hit the animal's vital areas so there can be a quick and clean harvest. So the next thing you want to consider is the different shot placements a hunter will experience in the field. Shot placement. Front shot. Hitting a vital area with this type of shot is very difficult, since the bullet often has to travel through bone in order to hit vital organs. In addition, the animal will be looking straight at the hunter, and the slightest movement can send the animal fleeing. This shot should never be attempted by a bow hunter, and firearm hunters need to be extremely careful when trying it. The majority of the time, it is best to wait for a better shot. Quartering toward shot. This is still not an ideal shot, since the animal is likely looking toward the hunter at this angle. However, the vital organs are more vulnerable from this angle. If you are positioned for the shot, then this can be acceptable, although this shot shouldn't be attempted by bow hunters. Broadside shot. This shot allows a bullet or arrow to easily pass through the ribs into the heart and lung area. This also gives the hunter a wider target. This is an ideal shot for both bow and firearm hunters. Quartering away shot. Again, This shot offers a clear path to the vital organs. If this shot is taken on the right side of the animal, it will travel through the liver as well. The result is a very quick harvest. Again, this is a great shot for both bow and firearm hunters. Rear shot. This shot offers little to no chance of hitting a vital organ. You should never shoot an animal that is moving away from you. Shot placement is responsible for the quick, clean harvest of a game animal. As a hunter, you are responsible for practicing at the range to be sure you can accurately and successfully place a shot. Taking a poor shot will simply wound a game animal, which means they can run away and not be found. It is also important that you stay consistent. Don't take any shot unless you can be certain you'll hit vital areas and get a quick, clean harvest. If you aren't completely sure, then don't take the shot and wait for something better. Once you've taken your shot, wait at least 15 to 20 minutes to look for the animal. This is when you need to be patient. Some game animals won't drop right away after being shot. Some will try to hide in a safe location. As a hunter, it is your responsibility to find any animal you've shot. Sometimes this can take hours if you had a poorly placed shot, but you can't give up. If an animal heads onto private property, you should contact the landowner to get their permission to enter the property and find the animal. When a shot is properly placed in a vital area, such as the heart or lungs, an animal can pass within a few minutes. After waiting 15 to 20 minutes, you can start to track and find the animal. When you track the animal, look for signs that it was shot, such as drops of blood on the ground or plants. Take time to observe everything in the area around you. There might be a hair or feathers on the ground that tell you the direction the animal has headed. You may want to carry some flagging tape so you can mark the blood trail. This can show you the general direction the animal has headed. Just make sure you remove any flagging tape after you're done with your hunt. If the blood trail stops, you can return to the last clear blood indication and try again, moving in increasingly larger circles. Shooting at moving targets. A hunter needs to learn different firing methods in order to hit moving targets. For these, the hunters see a target, shoot ahead of it, and follow through with the weapon staying in constant motion. Swing through method. This is the first method you will likely learn when hitting a moving target. With this method, you need to keep several factors in mind, along with time and the laws of motion. The following is what you need to know. Know that your target has a specific speed, whether they are clay pigeons or live game animals. It takes time to find a moving target within your field of vision and to set up for the shot. Know that once you have a proper stance and you squeeze the trigger, that there is going to be a delay in the shot being fired. This is because of the sequence that occurs within the firearm. The firing pin hits the cartridge, the powder charge ignites, and then the shot has to travel down the barrel. Once the shot leaves the barrel, it will take time for it to reach its target. The further away a target, the longer it will take for the shot to hit. The shot result will be impacted by the speed of the setup, as well as the follow-through. This method can be done with the following steps. 1. Once you see the target, you can start your swing. 2. Swing through the target. Pull the trigger, and continue your swing to spread the shot in front of the target. 3. The target and shot should come together as you follow through. Sustained lead method. This technique is often used with shotguns and requires a steady and sustained lead in front of the moving target. You need to continue the swing of the shotgun after the shot in order to maintain the sustained lead. The following factors will have an influence on the sustained lead distance. Target speed, target distance, wind direction and speed. If the moving target has a faster speed, then you'll need to increase the speed of the sustained lead distance in order to allow the shot time to travel to the target. To maintain the sustained lead, you should pull the trigger and continue to follow through with your swinging motion. As you continue to swing through, the shot will travel down the barrel and intercept the target. Start with swinging the shotgun in the same direction as the moving target, but keep a steady and sustained lead in front of the target. What to do after the shot. Approaching a downed animal. Once you've found your downed animal, approach them with caution from the rear. If the animal is still alive and jumps to its feet, you don't want to be in its path. If there is any movement from the animal, you'll need to take another shot. Aim at the base of the skull, where it meets the spinal column. You can also aim for the heart and lung area. Most game animals keep their eyes open when they expire. Make sure you attach a game or harvest tag as required as soon as possible. Now you are ready to field dress your animal. Field dressing fur bearers. Field dressing is exactly what it sounds like. It is a process where you remove the internal organs from the body. This is a necessary step to be done as soon as possible to prevent bacteria from growing, which will spoil the meat. The sooner you do it, the better your meat quality will be. Field dressing large animals. Properly field dressing a large animal is a first step in preserving the meat and preventing disease-causing bacteria. The technique you use will depend on the size of the game animal. For example, deer carcasses may be able to be kept intact, while elk and moose will often require quartering or halving in order to transport out of the area. This will also help accelerate the cooling process. Recommended equipment: sharp knife, small hatchet, steel or whetstone for sharpening, several feet of nylon cord or rope, rubber bands, paper towels or clean cloths, resealable plastic storage bags, a large cooler of ice, ground pepper and cheesecloth, disposable plastic gloves, clean drinking water. It isn't necessary for you to bleed out an animal. Often a well-placed bullet to the neck or torso will be all you need for the animal to bleed out. Field dressing basics. There are a few different ways you can field dress an animal. These ways will differ based on the manner or size of the incision you make to remove the intestines. No matter what technique you choose to use, you want to make sure you eviscerate the animal as soon as possible. When you quickly dress the animal, you'll be able to help with the rapid loss of body heat, prevent bacteria from growing, and improve the quality of the meat. In order to reduce your risk of exposure to disease, you should wear disposable plastic gloves when handling animal carcasses. If you don't have gloves, then make sure you wash your hands and arms with soap and water thoroughly before and after field dressing an animal carcass. With 6 to 8 feet of rope, tie one of the animal's legs to a tree. You can also spread the hind legs by propping a branch between them or position the carcass on its back with rocks and logs to keep it in place. Using clean water, pre-moistened wipes, or alcohol wipes, you should clean your knife frequently between cuts to reduce the risk of bacterial contamination. Start your cut at the bottom of the breastbone. With a clean knife, make a shallow cut by lifting the muscle and skin together. Next, open the body cavity. Position the knife within the cut with the blade upwards. Insert 2 fingers, one on each side of the blade, to form a V. This will help to push the entrails away from the blade. Make sure you don't pierce the entrails while cutting. Make an incision that follows the midline from the breastbone to the pelvis. Remove the reproductive organs, using a small incision to prevent contamination when carrying or dragging the deer. Hold the knife blade facing upward and cut the skin and muscle from the bottom of the breastbone to the brisket. Using a knife or small bone saw to split the rib cage at the breastbone. You'll likely need a saw when working with older or larger game animals. Follow your previous incision from the pelvis to the anus. Use a saw to split the pelvic bone. Carefully cut around the urethra to avoid severing it. Next, carefully remove the anus. Cut around it while loosening the connective tissues. Use rubber bands or strings to tie off the anus. Pull the anus and large intestines from the body cavity. Hold the rib cage open. Then reach into the cavity and cut the diaphragm free from the rib cage to the backbone. To reduce contamination, try to avoid cutting the stomach or intestines. Roll the carcass onto its side to help spill out the entrails. As needed, loosen any connective tissue. Remove the windpipe and esophagus. Put the liver and heart into resealable plastic bags and put them on ice. Don't eat the meat if it smells bad, has a greenish discharge, has blood clots, is discolored, or has any other abnormality. If in doubt about the health of the animal, then don't take any chances. Now you want to clean, ventilate, and dry the body cavity. Prop open the cavity with a clean stick or branch. Remove all dirt, feces, hair, and blood-shot areas. Clean out any residue from the entrails and drain any excess blood. If the animal has been shot in the gut, you should field dress as soon as possible to remove the entrails. You should trim away all visible ingesta or feces with a clean knife, cleaning it frequently between cuts. If you have to remove contamination by washing the cavity, make sure you dry it thoroughly with paper towels or dry cloths. Prop open the body cavity to allow air to circulate. Use clean water to wipe the inside of the body cavity and then dry it thoroughly with paper towels or a dry cloth. Lastly, you want to rapidly chill the carcass by inserting ice packs or snow into the body cavity and then tying it shut with string. If you don't have ice or snow, you should allow adequate air circulation into the cavity and keep it away from direct sunlight. Once you reach your home or base camp, you can remove the hide and refrigerate the carcass to prevent spoilage and maintain the meat quality. If you use a processor, make sure you remove the hide first. Field dressing birds. Each state has regulations regarding the field dressing of waterfowl and game birds. In some states, you are required to leave the head and a wing on the bird to determine sex and species. In other areas, you need to leave the head on a cock pheasant. Skinning versus plucking. Both game birds and waterfowl can be skinned or plucked. Plucking leaves the skin on the animal and offers tastier meats by sealing in natural juices. However, plucking can leave pin feathers or down, which can be annoying. Skinning is a faster way to clean a bird, and it also makes it easier to remove the heavy fat under the skin that causes an oily taste to the meat. However, skinning makes it hard to keep the meat moist while cooking. In general, hunters prefer to pluck upland birds and skin waterfowl. Plucking. Some meat lockers or wild game processing facilities have mechanical and machine pluckers. But if you don't have access to this, or need to pluck your bird in the field, then you can pull the feathers in the opposite direction from where they lay. If you are plucking in the field, you want to do it over a garbage bag so you can pack out the feathers with you. You can remove down and pin feathers by scorching the down and plucking the pin feathers. A popular option is to dip the bird in a solution of paraffin and 185-degree water. After the wax is cooled, it can be removed taking the down and pin feathers with it. Waterfowl and upland birds are field dressed the same way. Once you've plucked or skinned the bird, you need to remove the head, feet, and wings. Then you can make a cut across the soft lining tissue of the abdomen. Reach up into the neck and pull backward. This will pull most of the entrails free. For small birds, you can use a coat hanger in place of your hand if you want. Simply bend one end of the hanger into a small hook and then insert it into the opening. Push it into the neck, twist, and then pull. Once you've done this, clean out the lungs at the back of the rib cage and then clean around the anus. Wipe out the body cavity to remove the blood and allow the air to circulate in the cavity. In the field, you will also have the option of removing the entrails before plucking to help with quick cooling while you continue to hunt. Transporting meat. If you field dress animals and transport the meat, then you need to be aware of the risk associated with foodborne pathogen contamination. Any perishable, raw, or uncooked meat can contain bacteria like Salmonella and Escherichia coli. These bacteria are linked to the gastrointestinal tract and can cause human illness when ingested. Contamination is likely to occur from the initial wound as well as field dressing, handling, and transportation. Bacterial numbers increase if the meat isn't maintained at proper temperatures. When meat isn't properly cooked or preserved, then cross-contamination can occur. This can also increase the risk that the pathogens will be ingested by a person, and foodborne illness will result. This is why proper handling of game meat during transport is very important. Bacteria are common in nature. They can be found in the soil, air, water, and our food. Bacteria grow when the temperature is right, since it provides the nutrients and other conditions needed to grow. Temperature control plays a vital role in keeping food safe and helps to prevent foodborne illnesses. Temperatures between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit are ideal for rapid bacterial growth. In some cases, the number of bacteria will double every 20 minutes. This range of temperature is referred to as the temperature danger zone. Temperatures under 40 degrees Fahrenheit will slow the growth of bacteria, but it will not kill them. The bacteria that causes foodborne illnesses will either stop growing or grow very slowly at these temperatures. However, bacteria, yeasts, and molds that cause spoilage will continue to grow. After days of storage and refrigeration, meat can develop odd odors or colors and become slimy or sticky. You should verify the temperature of a refrigeration unit with a refrigerator/freezer thermometer to ensure the temperature is below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Game meat, birds, or fish that is properly handled, prepared, and stored at 0 degrees Fahrenheit will last a year or more. Freezing will prevent bacterial growth, but still won't kill them. After the meat is thawed, the bacteria can become active again and multiply to levels that cause foodborne illnesses. This means that thawed meats need to be handled in the same way as fresh meats. You also want to make sure you thaw frozen meats properly by either refrigeration or microwave. If the meat is vacuum-packed, then you can run it under cold water, but never room temperature water. Once thawing is complete, you should cook the meat right away. If you are going to handle or store game meat, you need to prevent cross-contamination. You want to prevent meat juice from dripping onto other foods in the refrigerator. You want to clean all surfaces and utensils that are in contact with raw meat or its juices. Proper cleaning is in hot, soapy water and rinsed well. Raw game, meat, fish, and birds should be cooked to proper internal temperature. This temperature needs to be reached or exceeded while baking, roasting, frying, or boiling in order to destroy any bacteria that causes foodborne illness. When roasting meat or poultry, you want an oven temperature of no less than 325 degrees Fahrenheit. Ground meats should be cooked to an internal temperature of at least 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Game bird meat needs to be cooked to an internal temperature of at least 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Ensure all meats reach the proper internal temperature by using an instant read meat thermometer. In North America, there is an uncommon but severe parasite linked to bears and wild pigs known as Trichinella spiralis. This parasite is inactivated when frozen for at least 3 weeks before eating. Cooking can also destroy the parasite. You can use the same temperature cooking guidelines for bear and wild pigs as with venison. After cooking, you want to rapidly cool the meat and then store it at a refrigerated temperatures if not consumed immediately. Cooked meat that isn't properly stored or chilled is at a risk of spore-forming bacteria that cause Clostridium botulinum and Clostridium perfringens. Good defense from foodborne illness is to practice safe food handling. Skinning. After field dressing an animal, you will need to decide if you want to remove the hide or not. There are several reasons why you should remove the hide immediately. This will maintain the hide for taxidermy purposes if you plan to do this. It can also help chill the carcass faster without the hide, which can insulate the body and retain body heat. There are also advantages to keeping the hide on the animal. If you leave the animal outside for chilling, then it can protect the carcass from extreme cold. It can also help prevent the meat from being contaminated with bacteria, dust, leaves, insects, and hair while transporting. In addition, it will prevent the meat from drying. Leaving the hide on the carcass during the aging process will reduce shrinkage, keep the carcass clean, and avoid meat discoloration. If you are going to skin your carcass, the main thing to keep in mind is that you want to use a knife as little as possible. You should also avoid pulling and fisting the hide if you want to keep the meat surface and hide intact. With a clean knife, you should cut the skin over the rear of the hock and down the back of the leg toward the rectum. Skin around the hocks and remove the legs at the break points just under the knees. Create an opening between the hocks and tendons. Make sure you don't cut the tendons, since you can use them to hang the carcass later. Along the midline of the carcass, you can open the skin around the anus. After the hide is loosened, start to pull it over the rounds and haunches, over the loin and back, and over the shoulders. Remove the hide from the sides using your fist and continue to pull it down the back. If some flesh or muscle comes with the hide, trim it off with a knife or fist it back into the carcass. Pull the hide completely free from the carcass. If you choose to save the hide, you want to rub the inside liberally with fine salt and allow it to absorb for 24 to 48 hours. Ship or transport the hide to a taxidermist who can tan and mount it unless you want to do this process yourself. Split the underside of the neck to remove the head. Remove it at the atlas joint, or the connection between the head and the first vertebrae of the neck and spinal column. Remove the esophagus/gullet and windpipe, along with other remaining organs. You can also clean up the carcass with clean water and remove any extra material if you want. Store the carcass under 40 degrees Fahrenheit until it can be boned and or processed. Transporting. Traveling over long distances in warm weather with a carcass can impact meat safety and quality. The carcass should be transported to a processing facility with adequate refrigeration right away. If you are transporting it in a pickup truck, you want to ensure the bed is free of debris that can blow into the carcass. If you are going to field dress or skin an animal in warm temperature, or where there is an insect problem, then you can sprinkle or rub ground black pepper inside the carcass or wrap it in cheesecloth. You can also keep the hide on the animal until you reach your destination to avoid further contamination. If the weather is below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, then you should allow for adequate air circulation by keeping the body cavity open with clean sticks. If the temperature is over 40 degrees Fahrenheit, then pack the body cavity with bags of ice or snow and securely tie the cavity shut with small lengths of string. Don't tie the carcass across the hood or roof of a vehicle to avoid the heat associated with the engine or sunlight. You also don't want to place the carcass in the trunk while it's warm. For a longer trip, it is best to skin, quarter, and pack the carcass in ice or dry ice. Once you reach your destination, you need to properly process the meat. Proper meat processing. Factors that spoil meat. 3 factors will spoil meat and cause it to be unsafe to eat. Heat. Bacteria will start to grow on meat that isn't cooled quickly. You can start the cooling process by field dressing the animal as soon as possible. The warmer the weather, the sooner you need to do this. Dirt. Keep the animal as clean as possible when dragging or moving it to your vehicle or another pickup point. If you are in an area with livestock, make sure the animal isn't dragged over any manure. Avoid dirt or vegetation in the body cavity to avoid spoilage. Moisture. Exposed meat that gets wet can breed bacteria. Carry game animals over small streams or creeks. If the inside of the body cavity becomes wet, dry it with paper towels or rags. When transporting game animals, protect them from ice, snow, and rain. Processing game meat. Aging. Aging meat is a practice of holding carcasses or cuts under low controlled temperature and humidity for several days. This process is also known as seasoning, ripening, or conditioning. This process helps to enhance flavor, tenderize, and complete curing reactions. Some game meat is aged in order to help with flavor and tenderness, which happens when the enzymes break down or degrade complex proteins in the muscle. Poultry and fish are rarely aged. The tenderization process will stop once the meat is frozen, and it won't start again once the meat is thawed. Game animal meat is often less tender than domestic animals because of the exercise wild animals get when foraging for food and their low-energy diet. Tenderness is also related to the age of the animal and the muscle location on the carcass. Tender meat comes from young and healthy animals. The quality of the meat is also affected by the condition of the animal right before harvest. For example, an animal that runs a long distance before being killed will have meat that is darker in color, sticky, or gummy. These animals also have a higher pH level, since the energy stores in the muscles are depleted. The increase in pH will reduce the overall meat quality. It can also increase the potential for bacterial growth. Meat doesn't need to be aged if it is going to be ground, cured, or made into sausage or bologna, since the additional processing will tenderize the meat. There is sometimes a noticeable difference in tenderness when game meat is aged for a prolonged period of time. You shouldn't age a carcass with little or no fat covering, since the carcass can dry out through the aging process. Aging is also not needed if you are going to cook the meat by braising, roasting, or stewing, since the moist heat of the cooking process will tenderize the meat. You can also age meat by packaging it in vacuum bags and storing it in the refrigerator. Lastly, there is the option to choose cuts that will be cooked by dry heat and age them while sending the rest to the meat grinder. If you plan to age a carcass at home or at your base camp, then you should leave the hide on to protect against excessive dehydration, discoloration, and contamination that results from dirt, insects, leaves, bacteria, mold, and other items. The tenderization that comes from aging will stop if the carcass freezes. Some state laws do require the hide to be removed before processing at a commercial facility. When you age meat at home, make sure you do it in a clean, cool, and well-ventilated area that is free from gas, oil, and paint odors, since these can be absorbed by the meat. Aging for 5 to 7 days will increase the tenderness of the meat without causing additional spoilage. However, game meat carcasses should be aged under refrigerated conditions below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. While the tenderization enzyme process is faster at warmer temperatures, spoilage can occur quicker. Aging at warmer temperatures will present meat quality defects and health hazards. An off odor on an aged carcass is often an indicator of microbial growth. This meat should be discarded. Even if cooked, the meat can pose a health hazard. Aging bird meat is a matter of personal preference. If you choose to age the meat, then you should hang the birds by their feet in a cool, dry, airy place for no more than 2 to 3 days. You can protect the meat from insects by dusting the feathers with charcoal and/or covering the carcass with cheesecloth. Cutting and processing. If you are going to use a meat processor, then you want to make arrangements with a licensed, reputable establishment in advance to ensure your carcass will be handled, processed, and stored appropriately. It will still be your responsibility to field dress and remove the hide from the carcass before you enter the processing or refrigerated areas of the commercial establishment. Some custom processors will remove the hide for you for a fee. All processors need to follow the following regulations. Game carcasses stored in a licensed establishment need to be contained and handled, so they are separate from domestic meat, poultry, and meat products. The establishment needs to provide the USDA with a written list of days and times when game carcasses are to be processed. Any equipment used in the processing of game carcasses or meat needs to be thoroughly cleaned and sanitized before it can be used to process domestic meat, poultry, and meat products. Most meat processors will cut and wrap meat for the freezer. You should let them know what cuts you want, the thickness of steaks, and other pertinent deals. Some processors may also offer boneless cuts. These are also more expensive, but give you a higher quality cut that is easier to store and serve. If you choose to cut and process the carcass yourself, you want to have a clean, roomy, and well-ventilated place to work. You'll also want to make sure you have a clean, sharp knife and saw. Keep boiling water handy to clean your knife, since it will get dirty as you cut. Make sure you separate entire muscles. Keep the knife close to the bone and cut across the grain for roast and steaks. Boneless cuts take less space in the freezer and are easier to carve and wrap. The cutting method for large game carcasses is the following. Remove the neck and shoulder. You can bone out the muscle to use it for ground meat. Separate the shoulder from the rib at the 5th and 6th ribs, counting from the front. Remove the brisket and foreshank just above the elbow. You can cut and trim arm and blade roast. Portions of the shoulder aren't good for roast, and the foreshank can be boned and then used for ground meat. Cut the leg from the loin while leaving one vertebrae on the leg. These cuts are used for sirloin steaks and bone-in leg roast. The hind shank and trimming can be boned and used for ground meat. Separate the rib and short plate from the flank and loin by cutting between the 12th and 13th ribs. Separate the rib from the breast by a 1/2-inch ventral cut to the blade bone on a line that is parallel with the back. The flank and breast meat can be boned and used for ground meat. However, this may not be a good idea, since it exposes the meat that is potentially contaminated during dressing. You should not bone out the ribs for the same reason. Remove the flank from the short loin by cutting next to the tenderloin. You can cut the rib and loin into steaks. After the cuts are made, you can also process the muscles into steaks, roast, sausage, bologna, and more. Curing. This is a process of adding salt, salt brine, nitrates, and sometimes sugar, spices, and other ingredients to the meat, poultry, or fish. Game meats are cured for 3 reasons: preservation, flavor, and color. Properly butchered and cooled meats should be cured. In order to preserve meat, you need to inactivate and destroy the bad microorganisms on the meat surface that leads to spoilage and foodborne illnesses. This process can be done through many techniques, such as smoking, cooking, drying, chilling, and adding cure ingredients. The most effective option is to add salt to the meat. The salt curing process requires you to have careful temperature control. The temperature should be warm enough so that the salt can penetrate the meat, but yet cold enough to prevent decomposition. Different bacteria that are resistant to salt can vary widely. For example, the growth of some bacteria like Salmonella can be inhibited by salt concentrations as low as 3%, while other types like Staphylococcus can survive at high concentrations. Thankfully, most low salt concentrations will inhibit the growth of most undesirable organisms that are commonly found in cured meat and poultry. Nitrate is another compound that is used in curing. It is a highly reactive chemical that interacts with components in the meat, such as pigments, protein, and fat. Nitrite will also provide an important antimicrobial effect that prevents the outgrowth of Clostridium botulinum and the formation of a deadly toxin. There is no single chemical additive that can perform the same functions as nitrite in cured meat. Nitrites can be used at low levels to cure meat products, so they don't pose a health risk. Cured meats get a flavor that is a composite of the flavors from the curing agents and those that result from the bacterial and enzymatic action. Many cured products have sugar added, but this is only a minor part of the composite flavor. However, it serves to mostly reduce the harshness of a large amount of salt in cured meats and poultry. Sugar is also an important source of food for flavor-producing bacteria through the long curing process. Another likely cause of the flavor in cured meat is the effectiveness of nitrite in retarding lipid oxidation and the development of flavors that are a little off. Smoking can also provide the meat with a characteristic flavor. This flavor can be varied slightly with cure and types of smoke. You can add smoke from hardwoods or liquid smoke, but you can also spray a smoke flavoring solution onto the meat during the cooking process. In cured and smoked meat operations, it is important to develop and maintain a stable red color. This color develops from the curing agent used to process cured meats. How long it takes for this color to develop can be hastened through the use of cure accelerators. There are several methods for curing game meat, with modifications for each method. These options include pickle curing, dry curing, dry salt curing, or application of curing solutions through osmosis, stitch pump, spray pump, artery pump, and machine pump. Pickle curing. Typical pickle curing solutions include water and salt. Other ingredients can be added to improve flavor. A basic brine solution can consist of brown sugar, salt, and water. You should use a non-corrosive container to hold the brine and meat through the curing process. Completely cover the meat with the brine. If needed, you can place a weight on the meat to keep it submerged. Turn the meat periodically to ensure all surfaces are covered. Dry curing. This process involves the rubbing and packing of meat and salt or other compounds for extended periods of time. Dry curing materials can include salt, nitrate, and sugar, or a combination of these. Dry sugar curing requires the following mix to be applied directly to the meat surface: 8 pounds salt, 3 pounds sugar, 2 ounces nitrate, 1 ounce nitrite. Use 1 ounce of formula per pound of meat. Place the rub meats in boxes at temperatures under 40 degrees Fahrenheit. You should cure it for 7 days per inch of meat thickness. Another method is dry salt curing, which involves salt or salt with nitrates. Before covering the meat with a dry mix, the meat is moistened to facilitate penetration of the salt into the muscle. Injecting or pumping. Injecting or pumping is used to distribute pickle ingredients throughout the interior of the meat so it can cure from the inside as well as the outside. This prevents the meat from spoiling and provides additional curing. After the brine solution is applied by one of the 5 methods we'll discuss in a moment, curing should occur at a cool area under 35 degrees Fahrenheit. Rearrange the meat at least once during the curing process to ensure there is an even distribution of the cure in the meat. Never recycle the brine, since it can increase the possibility of bacterial growth. 1. Osmosis is a process that involves the covering of meat cuts with dry cure or completely submerging them in a curing solution for an extended time. With this method, the brine soaks the meat at about ½ inch every 24 hours. This means the cure doesn't deeply penetrate into the meat. For game meats or birds over 2 inches thick, pumping is advised. Cure 1/4 to 1 inch thick slabs of meat for at least 24 hours. 2. The stitch method is used to inject a curing solution deep into the muscle with a single orifice needle. Start by scrubbing the pump in warm, soapy water and then rinsing it. To keep the pump sanitary, don't touch the needle with your hands or lay it down. When not in use, the pump needle should be placed end down in the container of pickle curing. Draw the pump full of pickle solution and insert it all the way into the meat. Push with slow and even pressure. As you force the pickle into the meat, draw the pump slowly towards you to evenly distribute the pickle. Always fill the pump full of pickle solution to avoid air pockets. Once the pump is withdrawn, the meat will bulge a little, and some pickle solution will run out. To stop this, pinch the needle holes for a few seconds. You should use 3 or 4 pumps for the leg and shoulders at 10 to 15 pounds, and 5 or 6 pumps for weights of 15 to 25 pounds. 3. Spray pumping is a variation of the method above. It uses a needle with many orifices, so there is more uniform distribution of the pickle solution throughout the meat. 4. Artery pumping uses the natural circulatory system of the muscle to introduce the curing solution. Force a pickle solution into the femoral artery through a small needle attached to a hose and pump that has 40 to 50 pounds of pressure. These meats can be rubbed with a dry cure mix or placed in pickle solutions for 5 to 7 days to help complete the curing process. 5. Machine pumping uses a machine with multiple needles to inject curing solutions. This is an efficient and economical method for curing large volumes of meat. Once the meat product is cured, soak it in cold water under 40 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes to 2 hours. This is known as the clearing process. It helps remove excess salt from the surface and allows the salt content in the meat to equalize. The length of clearing time is determined by the thickness of the meat. After clearing, make sure the cured product is thoroughly drained. At this point, the product is usually cooked either with or without smoke. Smoking. Smoking is a process of indirectly cooking the food in the presence of a fire. But the food's proximity to a heat source can vary. You can do it with a covered grill with a pan of water placed underneath the grill. You can also use a smoker, an outdoor cooker designed to smoke foods. Smoking foods is slower than grilling, so this method is best for less tender meats. With this method, natural smoke flavoring will permeate the meat. Depending on the method used, some meat products can be cooked and smoked at the same time. You can also smoke and dry without cooking, or cook without smoking. Smoke can be produced by burning wood chips or using a liquid smoke preparation. Liquid smoke preparations can also be substituted for smoke flavor by adding them directly to the product instead of using a smokehouse or other smoking vessel. You should use a meat thermometer to ensure the food reaches a safe internal temperature. Smoking large game. Smoking helps add flavor to large cuts of meat and helps them to stay tender. It can take up to 8 hours based on the size and dimensions of the meat, as well as the outdoor air temperature. Use high-quality charcoal to build a hot fire with about 50 briquettes piled in the center. Once they are covered in gray ash, push them into 2 piles. Center a pan of water between these 2 piles. Place the meat on the grill over the water pan. Close the lid, and then keep the grill vents open. Add about 10 briquettes every hour to help maintain the temperature between 225 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Smoke until the meat has an internal temperature of at least 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Check the temperature with a meat thermometer and the thickest part of the meat. You can use wood chips such as mesquite to add extra flavor. Dry chips used at the start can create a fast smoke and then wet them later for sustained heat. Hardwoods like hickory, maple, chokecherry, oak, or apple are the best options for smoking. You should never use softwood like pine since the resin tars will cause an off flavor to the meat. Make sure you keep water in the pan to maintain 80 to 90% humidity. This prevents weight loss and drying of the meat. Smoking game birds. Smoking can add flavor to game meat while increasing shelf life and convenience for preservation. Game birds can also be processed in the salt brine. The salt can be smoked, or you can add liquid smoke. This allows you to cook the game birds in a home oven without needing a special smokehouse. Another method is to cure the meat in a sugar and salt brine that can then be smoked using hardwoods. This process is more cumbersome, but the smoke flavor penetrates the meat, so it has a better flavor. Heat the carcass at 140 degrees Fahrenheit for 30 minutes, and then turn on the smoke. Increase the humidity in the smokehouse by placing pans of water over the heat source. Continue to heat at 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour. Turn off the smoke and heat at 170 degrees Fahrenheit for another 2 hours. Follow this with 185 to 200 degree Fahrenheit smokehouse air temperature until the internal temperature of the meat reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit as recorded on a meat thermometer. Smoking causes game birds to turn a light brown color and get a smoky aroma. Once done smoking, The meat needs to be refrigerated at temperatures under 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Smoked birds are good in the refrigerator for 3 to 4 weeks. If you won't be eating the bird at this time, then freeze it for up to 6 months. You shouldn't store game birds beyond this time because of the rancidity and stale-off flavors associated with poultry fat. When serving smoked game birds, you should reheat in a conventional oven at 275 to 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 to 20 minutes per pound. Cover the meat with foil in order to retain the moisture and eliminate the need to baste the meat while cooking. Jerky. Drying meat is the oldest and most common method of preserving food. Canning technology is less than 200 years old, and freezing only became practical in the 20th century when electricity started becoming widespread. Drying is simple and readily available to most of the world's cultures. Jerky is a food that has been known since ancient Egyptian times. Humans learned to make jerky from animals that were too big to eat at one time. In North America, the Indians mixed ground dried meat with dried fruit to make pemmican. In African countries, dried game meat is known as bitlong. When moisture is removed from food, it prevents enzymes from contact and reacting with it. These enzymes can be bacterial, fungal, or naturally occurring, and preventing them from reacting will preserve the food. Recently, illnesses from Salmonella and E. coli in homemade jerky have raised the issue of safety with traditional drying methods for making jerky. When improperly cooked, homemade jerky can contain bacteria that result in severe life-threatening illnesses and even death. Simply drying meat doesn't mean you have a safe product. The current recommendation for making jerky is to safely heat the meat to 160 degrees Fahrenheit and poultry to 165 degrees Fahrenheit before starting the dehydration process. This ensures that any bacteria present is destroyed by wet heat. After heating the meat, maintain a constant dehydrator temperature of 130 degrees to 140 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the drying process. The process needs to be fast enough to dry foods before they spoil, and it needs to remove enough water to prevent microorganisms from growing. Some additional tips you need to know when making your own jerky include the following. Before working with meat products, wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water. Always use clean utensils and equipment. Meat should be kept refrigerated at 40 degrees Fahrenheit or slightly less. Ground meat and poultry should be used within 2 days, and whole red meats should be used within 3 to 5 days. Frozen meat should be defrosted in the refrigerator and not on the kitchen counter. Marinated meat should be kept in the refrigerator, and you shouldn't reuse the marinade. This can be done to tenderize and flavor the jerky before you start dehydrating it. Before dehydrating meat, steam, boil, or roast meat to 160 degrees Fahrenheit and poultry to 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Make sure you measure with a meat thermometer. Use a food dehydrator with an adjustable temperature dial so you can maintain a temperature of at least 130 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit for the entire drying process. Jerky in an oven. You can also place jerky on cake racks, on baking sheets, and then put them in the oven at 325 degrees Fahrenheit. Use a meat thermometer to check the internal temperature to ensure the meat reaches 160 degrees Fahrenheit and poultry 165 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature of the oven should be 170 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, and you should keep the door propped open 2 to 6 inches. You can improve circulation by placing a fan outside the oven near the door. Dry until a test piece of meat cracks but doesn't break when you bend it. This is usually 5 to 6 hours. Pat off any oil beads with an absorbent towel and cool. Remove the strips from the rack, cool, and then package. Keep it stored in a cool, dry place. Marinade and jerky. Pre-freeze meat you want to make into jerky, so slicing will be easier. Cut the partially thawed meat into 1/4-inch thick slices. To make tender jerky, you should cut at right angles to long muscles or across the grain. Remove as much fat as you can to prevent an off flavor from developing. Prepare 2 to 3 cups of marinade and bring it to a rolling boil over medium heat. Add a few strips of the meat and ensure that marinade is covering them. Reheat to a full boil. Don't pre-soak the strips in the marinade. When you put unmarinated strips into boiling marinade, you'll minimize any cooked flavors, and you'll maintain the safety of the marinade. Remove the pan from the heat source. Remove the meat strips from the hot marinade and place them in a single, non-overlapping layer on drying racks. Dry the strips at 140 to 150 degrees Fahrenheit in either a dehydrator, oven, or smoker. You can test for doneness by allowing a piece to cool. Strips should crack when bent but not break. Check for doneness again, and if needed, dry the strips longer. Sausage making. Sausages are chopped or ground meat that is blended with spices or other seasonings and then stuffed into a manufactured or natural casing. There are different types of sausages, including fresh, cooked, smoked, dry, or semi-dry. Some recommendations you need to consider when making sausage include the following. Before working with meats, after changing tasks, and when finished, make sure you wash your hands well with soap and water. Start with clean equipment by sanitizing surfaces with a solution of 1 tablespoon chlorine bleach per gallon of water. Use only fresh, high-quality meat and other ingredients. When using frozen meat, thaw in the refrigerator or cooler first. To ensure good texture and binding properties, you need to choose a proper lean-to-fat ratio. Use pure ingredients from a reputable source. Sodium nitrite will give sausages a characteristic pink color, improve flavor, and prevent the growth of Clostridium botulinum. The temperature of meat should be kept as cold as possible during the grinding and mixing process, at least below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Mix all dry ingredients in water until dissolved, and allow for an even distribution of the curing ingredients throughout the product during the regrinding process. Using grinding equipment, coarse grind the meat. Add the rest of the ingredients and then regrind. When stuffing sausage, choose only high-quality hog casings that are salted. Soak the casings in clean water for 30 minutes before use and rinse them in cold water to remove excess salt. Clean all grinding and stuffing equipment and sanitize surfaces with a solution of 1 tablespoon chlorine bleach per gallon of water once you've done. Use a meat thermometer to ensure cooked sausage products have reached the proper internal temperature of 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Game meat kitchen processing tips. Unfrozen meat should be stored in the refrigerator and used within 2 to 3 days. Raw meat should be kept separated and on traps to prevent cross-contamination. All marinating should be done in the refrigerator. Frozen meats should be thawed in the refrigerator under cold and running water or microwaved and cooked immediately. To reduce the risk of illness, cook all game meat to the correct final internal temperature. Whole cuts, steaks, and roasts to 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Ground meat to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Soup, stews, casseroles and leftovers to 165 degrees Fahrenheit. Jerky to 160 degrees Fahrenheit before drying. Use a calibrated food thermometer to ensure proper cooking temperatures are reached. Jerky should be properly dried after processing and can be stored for 1 to 2 months in the refrigerator. Meat can be canned in a pressure canner. You should check dial gauge canners once a year for accuracy. Follow all guidelines from the USDA. Before and after use, you should thoroughly clean and sanitize all equipment, including the meat grinder. Meat freezing tips. Cut and package meat into meal-sized portions of about a pound. For meat storage, you should use heavily waxed paper, freezer wrap, heavy-duty aluminum foil, vacuum bags, or plastic freezer storage bags. Wrap the meat tightly and remove all air before sealing the bag. Use a permanent marker to label packages with dates and contents. Space the packages in the freezer for proper air circulation to allow for cooling and freezing. Once packages are solidly frozen in about 24 hours, restack them within the freezer. Game meat that is properly wrapped will stay in the freezer for 9 to 12 months. Do not refreeze thawed products in order to avoid quality deterioration. In addition to proper meat care, you also need to practice proper gear care to maintain your equipment and keep it in proper working order. Gear care. Gear malfunctions, and if you spend any amount of time in the field, it will happen to you. As a hunter, you'll have to deal with broken equipment at some point. The worst, and when this malfunction occurs 10 miles into the backcountry with a 3-hour trip to the nearest town. You don't want this to happen, so you need to care for your gear properly. Let's consider what you want to put on your gear checklist to ensure everything is kept in top condition. Camping gear and clothing. One of the most important aspects of caring for this gear is also the easiest. Allow things to dry completely between uses. Putting away camping gear or clothing while they are damp can lead to mold and degradation of the material. Even if you aren't hunting in the rain, morning dew can cause a lot of dampness. Take the time to let your gear dry out before you store it. A sleeping bag can be a pricey investment, and you'll need to properly store it to keep it in great condition. Whether you have a down or synthetic sleeping bag, you can increase the longevity and function of the bag by properly storing it. After each trip, you should flip it inside out and allow it to air out. Then store it uncompressed, especially if you'll be storing it for long periods of time. Keeping it compressed for long periods of time will compress the interior filling, causing it to lose warmth. Rather, you should store it loose, hanging in a dry location. You can also store it in a large, loose, breathable bag. This allows the sleeping bag to stay fluffy and warm. Hunting boot care and maintenance. The moment you purchase a new pair of hunting boots, you want to give a thought about how you'll care for them. Consider the following tips to get the most out of your hunting boots. Never oil or treat new boots. Most new boots need to be broken in based on the mold of your foot. After you've worn your boots for about 100 hours, then you can apply oil or treatments to help preserve your boots. Make sure you keep your shoes dry. Excessive moisture will quickly break down boots. You can consider a boot dryer to dry them from the inside out. Never dry boots with direct heat like a campfire. Keep your boots clean. When mud dries on your boots, it will remove moisture from the leather and synthetic materials, causing them to break down sooner. Treat boots after cleaning, or on an as-needed basis. Most boots will come with guidelines for treatment. You should treat your boots to maintain a bit of moisture in the material. You can also treat them to provide a protective barrier against dirt or excessive moisture. Lastly, treating boots can keep them soft and form-fitting to the foot. Dried-out leather boots crack, and dried-out synthetic boots will fall apart. Weatherproofing. Modern weatherproofing is a great thing. Many camping supplies are made from waterproof materials and will often shed water for years with little to no maintenance. However, after a lot of use or many seasons, you may need to retreat your gear. Most brands have a reproofing solution that can be painted, washed, or sprayed on gear. Follow the manufacturer's recommendations and reproof at the first sign of leakage. Field Repair Kit. Everything breaks at some point, but you don't want it to break down when you are too far from town. Always carry a few repair basics with you while in the field. These small kits don't take much room, but will be important if you are faced with broken gear. You should always have a knife or multi-tool in your pack. Consider winding some duct tape around a pencil so you don't have to carry an entire roll with you. Also, carry a needle and some waxed thread, as well as some zip ties. The specific repair items you carry will depend on the gear you carry and what you know how to repair. Medical Kit. Many hunters make the mistake of not packing an up-to-date medical kit. A compact medical kit with the basic supplies won't take up a lot of room, but should definitely be carried in a hunting pack. Your medical kit should be tailored to your individual skills, needs, and activities. It is important to make sure the kit is up to date every time you head out on a hunting trip. Before you head out on your first trip of the season, you should unpack the medical kit and inspect everything. Replace anything that has been used or expired. Weapon care. The most important piece of hunting equipment to maintain is your weapon. No matter what weapon you use, dirt and moisture can cause issues. In addition to a good wipe down of your weapon, there are some essential tasks you need to do to maintain your specific weapon. Firearms should always be cleaned before you shoot them. Whether you spent the day at the range or took a single shot while hunting, you should clean the entire weapon. The following tips should be followed when caring for your rifle. When transporting your firearm, take care and use a hard case when possible. A small bump to the scope can make the difference between a bullet hitting an ideal spot or missing your target by a large distance. You should also want to make sure you properly clean the firearm barrel. The grooves of the barrel can be home to carbon, lead, and debris. All of these can degrade the performance of your rifle. Check all rings and bases. Rattling in the truck or just normal movement from walking can affect the screws on your optics. This can change your impact from a few inches to feet. Many don't think about removing the barrel of the rifle. The bottom side of the action can house a lot of gunk, and when you remove a bolt or two, you can clean and relubricate this area. Shotgun care. Shotgun care is something most waterfowl hunters need to be aware of. Waterfowlers put the most wear on their gear just because of the hunting conditions. To keep your shotgun in good shape, you need to wipe the weapon dry and air dry it at a minimum. You should also consider wiping it down with a rust preventative solvent. Most people only wipe down the outside of the shotgun, clean the barrel, and move on. There are a lot of moving parts underneath the shotgun that needs extra care. At least once a year, you should take out the trigger assembly, fore-end parts, and bolt assembly to wipe them down and lubricate them. Whether you are cleaning a rifle or shotgun, you need to ensure you follow the safety rules below. Always ensure the firearm is unloaded. Always keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. Keep your workbench clear of any materials not needed for cleaning. Keep all ammunition in a separate location. Ensure the work area has enough light and ventilation. When cleaning your firearms, wear eye and hand protection. Firearm cleaning materials. When cleaning firearms, you should always clean from the breech end or behind the barrel. This pushes powder residue and cleaning solution out of the muzzle and prevents any damage to the crown. Always disassemble the firearm based on the manufacturer's recommendations and ensure you have the following cleaning materials on hand. Cleaning patches that fit the firearm bore size. A firearm holder to keep the firearm in a horizontal position. Cleaning rods or a bore snake for the barrel. Screwdrivers for gunsmithing so you can disassemble and reassemble the firearm smoothly. Brass or nylon brush attachments for cleaning rods. Slotted tip or jag for cleaning patches. Short copper cleaning brush or old toothbrush to clean hard-to-reach areas. Bore light or light pipe to check hard-to-see areas such as bores and chambers. Gloves to protect your hands from grime while cleaning. Eye protection to protect from springs, tension parts, and cleaning solvents. Clean rags to wipe down firearm parts. Solvents, oil, and grease to clean and protect the firearm. All firearms are cleaned with 6 steps. 1. Place your unloaded firearm on a bench rest and secure it so it doesn't fall. Attach a cleaning brush that is the same size as the caliber or gauge of your firearm onto the cleaning rod. Pour a small amount of cleaning solution into a container and dip the brush into the solution. Don't dip the brush directly into the cleaning solution bottle, otherwise you'll contaminate the entire supply. 2. Place the brush and cleaning rod into the bore and work the brush down the entire length of the barrel. 3. Remove the cleaning brush from the rod and attach a slotted patch holder. Attach a clean patch onto the holder and run the patch down the entire length of the barrel. Use a bore light to inspect the bore in action. If there is any remaining residue, use another patch and repeat until the barrel is clean. 4. Next, attach a clean and well-oiled patch. Run it down the entire barrel length. The oil prevents the barrel from rusting. You now have a clean barrel. 5. Work a copper cleaning brush around the bolt face, and action to get rid of any powder residue. Wipe the bolt and action clean before applying a thin coat of oil. 6. Wipe down the entire firearm with a lightly oiled rag to protect the outside surface. Firearm storage. When storing firearms in your home, you should make sure the firearms as well as the ammunition are stored legally and safely. Gun safes are like mini bank safes, and some are even fireproof. A gun safe is the ideal storage option since it protects the firearm from being stolen and also keeps it away from children and careless adults. If your firearm is to fall into the wrong hands, you may be even held legally responsible. Make sure all your firearms are stored in a single and secure location. Ammunition should always be stored separately from firearms. Proper bow care. When maintaining bows, you should use bowstring wax at least once a month when you aren't using a bow and after every shooting session when you are using it. This wax will prevent the strings from fraying. At this time, you should also check for issues with delamination on the bow limbs. Bows are under a lot of pressure, and leaving them in a hot car or direct sunlight for extended periods of time can cause a laminate to divide into layers. To check for delamination, you can run a cotton ball up and down the limbs to see if there are any catches or small snags. Proper arrow care. Arrow care is just as important as bow care. A small nick and a carbon arrow can cause structural failure and can result in serious injury when put under force from the bow. After each shot, you should grab the arrow at each end and flex it for at least 4 inches away from your body. Check both visibly and audibly for splinters, cracks, or nicks. You should do this if you missed a target with your arrow, so you are sure it is still safe to shoot. When practicing, you may want to get into the routine of flexing your arrows after each practice round on your way back from the target. Proper knife care. Nothing is more dangerous and frustrating than a dull knife. Keep a compact knife sharpener in your pack so you can keep your blade sharp. Some hunters also prefer to use a replaceable razor blade type knife. These are surgically sharp, and when they become dull, you can just switch them out for another. Once you finish the hunt, while you're still in the field, is the best time to care for your knife. Try to remove as much blood, fat, and meat as possible. Once these remnants dry on a knife, they'll be harder to remove. Keep some wet wipes in a Ziploc bag to remove these from your knife. Once you get home, wash your knife in hot and soapy water, then allow it to air dry, before running them across a good stone to keep the edges sharp and sturdy. You should also use a sheath to keep the blade sharp and to protect you from injuries while in the field. Proper harness care. If you hunt in a tree stand, then your harness is a literal lifesaver. While these can be built very tough, you still want to keep them in working order. The most important thing you can do is to visually inspect them for fraying or discoloration on the steps. The most common area for frays is where the buckle meets the webbing. If you notice fraying here, then you should get a new harness. Many hunters often overlook the scent that is absorbed into the harness. Check the instructions to see if your harness is washer and dryer safe. Otherwise, you can soak it in a bucket of warm water with unscented soap and then hang it to dry. Proper blind care. Ground blinds can take a lot and are designed to stay up for an entire season. They are also designed to withstand the elements such as rain, snow, wind, and UV rays from the sun. Quality blinds come with stakes for each of the 4 corners, along with rope to anchor the hubs so they don't collapse in. After a season, you should take down your blind and spray it off to remove insects and dirt. Always make sure it is completely dry before storing it during the off-season to prevent mold or mildew. Proper tree stand care. Tree stands are an effective way to hunt some game animals, but you want to make sure it is safe before you trust using it. As you climb a stand, visually inspect it for signs of wear, broken welds, or other problems. Check the straps for signs of wear at the end of the season. If you notice anything off, you may want to consider replacing your tree stand or at least repairing the part. Proper optics care. Keeping the optics on your weapon clean is important to having a successful hunt. An easy way to prevent your scope from getting scratched is to use caps. You can also pack a microfiber cloth to quickly wipe dirt and water from scopes. To prevent fogging, make sure you allow your rifle to temper to ambient conditions before heading out into the field. Conclusion. Now you have everything you need to know about hunting. So when you're ready, you can head out into the field and put what you've learned into practice. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my beginner's hunting guide. I hope it has helped you in some way. Would you please leave a review online where you purchased this book. I plan on reading the customer reviews to improve my next book writing venture. Thanks. This has been Mike's Complete Hunting Guide for Beginners. How to hunt big game, small fur bearers, and wildfowl. Hunting gear, hunting techniques, archery, firearms, harvesting, and enjoying game meat. Written by Michael Archer. Narrated by Michael Stura. Copyright 99 Years by Ventura Publishers. Production copyright by Ventura Publishers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.